chilly evening at U.S. Cellular Field. It's a Thursday night at the ball yard, and the winner gets the series. The White Sox and Red Sox have split the first two here on the south side of Chicago. Good evening, everybody. Jason Benetti, Steve Stone along with you. Look, we tell you about all these players that you should watch when we come onto the air, right? We do that a lot.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so sometimes we're right about who you should watch. Jose Abreu, David Ortiz, the big guns have done it in this series.
They certainly have. And hola, senors and senoritas. It's Cinco de Mayo. So we'll take a look at the Grande Boppers first. It's Big Papi as he rides one out of the yard, his sixth of the year. And at the time, that gave the Sox a 3-2 lead. Previous to that, Jose Abreu comes up. He hits his fourth of the year. Jumping on Clay Buchholz early, that made it 2-0, but the lead wouldn't hold up. And take a look at what these two guys have done. The last few years have been remarkable. As you can see, pretty similar in the power numbers. And this year, 19 driven in for Jose Abreu, 22 for Big Papi in what he says is the last year of his career. That remains to be seen, but he's getting it done.
His numbers as vivid as your shirt.
They are.
Pitching matchup today. Eric Johnson up from AAA Charlotte to open the game for the Sox today.
These are two guys that really want to make an impression because the Sox have a derby for the fifth starting spot. There's three guys playing. Eric Johnson, one of them, and he's had some bright spots in his career. He's been up a few times trying to look for a little more consistency with his control. As you can see, a good slider. He can pinpoint his fastball when he's on. Henry Owens is 6'7", but he doesn't throw all that hard. However, over the course of his career, he's 4-4. The ERA up there at 4.60. And as you can see, he's not going to strike out a lot of guys. He usually doesn't walk a whole lot of people. We'll see what happens tonight. But a big outing for our Sox. We have not lost a home series this year and don't want one tonight.
This is game number 3 of a 6-game homestand before the Twins come to town. It's farewell to the Red Sox, and first pitch is next.
U.S. Cellular Field, where the White Sox look to take the rubber match in a 3-game set with the Red Sox. Now tonight is David Ortiz's last regular season game here at the Cell. I got a chance to catch up with Big Papi to talk about retirement in the dugout.
It's always an appreciation, for the organization, like Chicago White Sox, taking their time to a visitor like myself. To present a gift, it's something that I really appreciate, and want to thank the fans too for support through the years, and it has been amazing.
You made your debut here in 1997. Any special memories that you have here from U.S. Cellular Field, or just playing the White Sox in general?
Well, that was when I first got called up. That's what I always say. I got called up playing at Wrigley Field, but then I came to play at Chicago. It was basically 1 week over there, 1 week here, you know what I'm saying? So my baby step in the big league was at Chicago, so Chicago is going to be part of what I am.
Ortiz may be ready to hang it up, but he doesn't show any signs of slowing down. He batted in his 6th homer of the season last night. Meanwhile, the White Sox have yet to lose a home series. We've got first pitch coming up after these messages.
White Sox baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Toyota. Discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Audi. Truth in engineering. And by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV.
Good news is forecast high for tomorrow, 75 degrees at U.S. Cellular Field as the Twins come to town. For now, we welcome you to Oslo for the Red Sox and White Sox this evening. Game number 3 of this 3-game series. Each team has won one so far. The White Sox are going to the black jerseys today behind Eric Johnson. We'll tell you about him shortly. But first, John Farrell's Red Sox, starting with Mookie Betts in the top position. Dustin Pedroia, Xander Bogaerts, Ortiz, Ramirez, and Shaw in the middle. You heard from Big Papi with Sierra earlier. Brock Holt gets a start for the first time, and Jackie Bradley Jr. was chancy with a finger injury. He does sneak into the lineup batting 9th.
Let's take a look at how Robin's going to line up the defense behind Eric Johnson. Melky Cabrera, Austin Jackson, Adam Eaton in the outfield with Todd Frazier, Jimmy Rollins, Brett Lawrie, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Hector Sanchez gets a nod behind the plate, and our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Eric Johnson. He's trying to do better here than he did in spring training. It was really tough for him. There you can see the numbers at Charlotte, 1-1, but pretty good ERA at 3.74. And what he has to do is change speeds, like most pitchers, get it over the plate. He wasn't as aggressive as he wanted to be in spring training. That yielded an ERA up over 13. That's one of the reasons why he didn't make the ball club. But there is a derby for the 5th starting spot. Miguel Gonzalez, one of those guys. Eric Johnson won, and Jacob Turner won. The umpires for the game tonight: Paul Emmel behind the plate, Jordan Baker at first, the crew chief Mike Everett at second, and Tim Timmons is at third. So without further delay, they've thrown the ball around the infield, which means we are ready for baseball, and that means we're ready for Jason Benetti. I know I am. I hope you are.
Thank you, Rainbow Stone. Nice shirt you've got there today.
Well, very festive on Cinco de Mayo.
Certainly. We had a mariachi band earlier on serenading the crowd.
I gave them a standing ovation.
You were just getting up to go out of the room, I feel like, and you clapped.
That too.
Red Sox are number 2 in Major League Baseball in batting average at 281. And a first pitch strike from Eric Johnson, who last started on April 30th with AAA Charlotte against the Toledo Mud Hens. Different lineup today as Betts looks at strike 2 and a 1-for-9 series for the 23-year-old Mookie Betts.
Is to keep him off base, because if you don't, he can steal a base. And this entire Red Sox team tied for the lead with Kansas City in the American League.
One and two. Called strike 3. Good start for Eric Johnson.
This is exactly what Eric has to do, is go right at these guys and let them hit the baseball. Maybe they'll be able to hit it at somebody if they hit it at all. And Mookie Betts, one of those guys that will steal bases, has stolen bases, and they've got a few this year, a few more than the last few years.
So here's Dustin Pedroia with 1 down. First pitch swinging deep to left field. Melky is back at the warning track and the wall, and it's gone. Dustin Pedroia opens the scoring tonight in batter number 2.
First ball fastball, and Pedroia was all over it. It was just about thigh high, maybe a touch higher, inside part of the plate. His 4th home run of the year. He's driven in 14. And our 4th home run replay, and as you can see, Victor Sanchez was sitting low and away, and Eric Johnson got it inside. And Dustin Pedroia having, for him, a renaissance year.
Hitting .310 coming in. As there's a ball low to Xander Bogaerts, slugging .466. Pedroia. So Bogaerts with Ortiz on deck. Mentioned Eric Johnson's last start. He went 5 innings, gave up 3 earned runs. He did walk 4. Came up 2 here in Chicago with a .374 ERA with AAA Charlotte.
One of the things you have to worry about, and we've seen it early in this one, the Red Sox have scored first inning runs now in 10 of their last 15 games. That's 23 total runs in the first inning. So unlike the Sox, who score certainly a lot later than most clubs, this team gets on the board early, and more times than not, they make it hold up.
High and tight 2-2 on Bogaerts, and part of the reason we saw it last night with the back end of that bullpen with Uehara and Kimbrel.
Yeah, if you let them get the lead, it's really tough, because the back end, especially with Smith, is very good as he strikes him out. So 2 of the 3 hitters have gone down on strikes, but the one that didn't gave the Red Sox a 1-0 lead, and we'll take another look at it. This ball is up, and Bogaerts, who has been a red-hot hitter, goes down on strikes.
He was 4 for 8 in the series, and now Big Papi, who tied Manny Ramirez last night on the all-time extra base hit list. He also tied Gary Sheffield on the all-time home run list at 15th and 25th overall. And he said after the game, he said, you know what that means? It means I'm getting old.
Getting old and still very productive.
Ortiz clubs it to right field. Eaton has no play, but he does keep Big Papi to a 2-out single.
That was a straight change that was on the outer third, and for Big Papi, you got to throw him letter high. When you throw the ball down to him, you're just asking for trouble, because he's got a classic uppercut swing of a home run hitter. And he gets that pitch. Fortunately, it was off speed, so he couldn't get all of it. Adam Eaton does what he's been doing, making a very strong play and holding him at first.
One of the best defensive players statistically, to our eyes, just about every category you can come up with in Major League Baseball, as Hanley Ramirez stands in. You've seen Eric Johnson a bunch now in the last couple of years with the White Sox. What do you think he needs to do to be successful today?
I really believe he has to have confidence, trust in his stuff, and if he gets a low outside pitch, you can't miss with it by that much, especially against this Boston team. This Boston team is loaded with very good hitters. They've got young hitters, they have older hitters, they have aggressive hitters. Yet this year they're not as patient as other years. This year they're attacking more offensively than the Red Sox teams we've seen in the past. Sit, grind out every at bat, and go deep in every count.
1-2. Big rip from Hanley Ramirez, who was scratched last night with flu-like symptoms. 4th in runs scored in Major League Baseball this year. The Boston Red Sox with 141 of them now, including the Pedroia homer here in the top of the 1st.
Sox have not lost a home series, and even though they're down, I'm sure to a man they don't intend to lose this one. That one almost got away.
Hector Sanchez, the catcher tonight, who was down in AAA with Eric Johnson. Sanchez called up with the injury to Kevin Smith, which happened because of the injury to Alex Avila, who's eligible in a couple of days to come off the DL, and a partridge in a pear tree.
And another injury, unfortunately, Jake Petrichka put on the disabled list today, so the injury is starting to pile up for the Sox early. But a good sign is Avisail Garcia is back in the lineup.
First time since Friday, Avi will play. Check swing, no go, says the first base umpire Jordan Baker.
We'll take a look from the side and see what Jordan Baker saw. And pretty close, but I think you could make a good case for him checking it out.
Former National League Rookie of the Year, Hanley Ramirez. Ortiz at first, 2 down, first inning. Payoff from Johnson is low, ball 4. 2 on, 2 out for Travis Shaw.
Travis Shaw in spring training was in a battle for third base with Pablo Sandoval, who was lost for the year after shoulder surgery. But in spring training, it wasn't evident that Sandoval was hurt. But Shaw just outplayed him up and down, did everything better than Sandoval, much better defensively at third, so he won the spot. And unfortunately for them, Sandoval is out for the year. No insurance do the Red Sox have on Pablo, so they're paying the whole load. $17.6 million.
Has a big old contract. Strike 1 to Shaw. Player insurance. What do you think? Hedge your bets?
I think a lot of teams do it. As I understand it, this might be wrong, but as I understand it, you can't insure a pre-existing condition, but you can insure anything else. Not a bad idea sometimes, especially with a guy that battled weight problems his entire career.
Change up away. Ball and a strike from Johnson to Shaw, who has hit right-handers very, very well this year at .370 compared to 2 out of 23 against left-handers.
He's got some big power. And if those numbers continue, he's eventually going to be a platoon player.
Fastball strike, 1-2 on Shaw, who is 0 for 6 so far in the series.
First on the scene last year, 13 home runs, 36 driven in just 65 games, and that caught the attention of everybody in Boston.
Got him swinging, and Johnson strikes out the side. Solo homer, Dustin Pedroia, half inning deep, 1-0 Red Sox. After a half inning here at U.S. Cellular Field. Here's the starting lineup for the Chicagoans tonight. Adam Eaton leads off. Then Rollins and Abreu, who's on quite the streak. Frazier, Cabrera, Laurie, Javi Garcia back in as well. And Hector Sanchez and Austin Jackson 1 through 9. Steve?
Let's see the defense as John Farrell's going to run them out there. Going to be Brock Holt. We haven't seen him in the series. Jackie Bradley, we've seen him on a 10-game hitting streak. Then Mookie Betts, Travis Shaw, Xander Bogaerts, Dustin Pedroia, and Hanley Ramirez at first. Ryan Hannigan gets a nod behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is very big, Henry Owens. Big slow curveball. He's got a very good changeup, probably his best pitch. This is his third start. His ERA is up close to 5. He's not overpowering despite being a very tall man, something that Jason and I can certainly relate to.
Things are looking up, as they normally are.
At Henry, certainly.
Adam Eaton, Jimmy Rollins, Jose Abreu, and here's the major league leader in infield hits. Adam Eaton. He'll face Henry Owens and take a strike. 0-1.
I think you'll see the velocities of that fastball anywhere from 87, and if there's a stiff wind behind him, he might get to 91. Most likely, he'll top out at 90 or so.
Floated left side by Eaton and foul. 0-2 to the Sox right fielder. .238 batting average as a team for the White Sox at 21st in baseball, but they have been very good at not striking out. 8th fewest strikeouts in the major leagues. Adam Eaton a part of that. Melky Cabrera as well. Very difficult to strike out.
A lot of walks this year, and surprisingly, more walks for our Sox than their Sox. Boston usually walks a lot more than our ball club.
Off the plate outside, 1-2. Hannigan trying to get the call for Henry Owens.
Well, he's set up about 6 inches outside trying to buy a strike, but Paul Emmel would have none of it. It's a pretty good idea by the veteran catcher.
Two and two. You mentioned Owens' height. He was rail thin, even more rail thin than this. Prior to the 2014 season, he decided in the off season to just eat everything in sight to try to put on some weight because he was significantly more slender than he is currently.
It sounds like a great plan.
Yeah. Ground ball through for Adam Eaton, the leadoff single in the first.
Here's an example of a breaking ball that's a little slower than a pitcher would like. The reason is you can fool a hitter, but if he keeps his hands back, he's going to hit it. Now you see what Adam did. His foot came forward, but his hand stayed back. On the mound, if you look at a hitter who steps forward with his foot, but his hands stay back, he's recognizing the pitch, and that allowed Eaton to punch it through the right side.
Brings up Jimmy Rollins with Abreu on deck. .235 hitter Rollins with 12 runs scored. He's got a homer as Owens throws on Eaton. There's 3 out of 4 in stolen bases this year for the White Sox. Southern California kid Henry Owens. Not much like this in Huntington Beach.
No, it says 58 on the scoreboard, but you'd be hard pressed to prove that.
That one off the glove of Hannigan, and Eaton takes second base.
It's going to be a wild pitch. And for Owens, that's his second wild pitch of the year. I'd say most likely Hannigan would tell you he probably should have at least stopped that, but wasn't able to do it.
That changes the situation for Rollins.
Now he's got to think hitting the ball to the right side. Whatever you do, you have to finish this at bat at the very least with Adam Eaton standing at third.
He shows bunt.
Not a bad idea, assuming he was going to bunt it at Shaw. But the one thing that the White Sox hitters have got to be is aware that Owens does not have very good control. 7 walks in 9 1/3 innings coming into tonight.
2-0. Pumped foul by Rollins. 2 balls and a strike. Jimmy 1 for 7 in the series. 3 runs scored and a walk to go along with a strikeout last night.
Last night, Clay Buchholz, no doubt, had his best game of the year. He was touched up early, and after that, nothing. 7 innings, only gave up 3 hits and 2 runs.
2-1. Eaton is off, and he swipes third. For a team that didn't steal third base all last year, they got 3 of them already.
Well, credit Jimmy Rollins also. There's a lot of guys that would have swung at this and probably fouled it off. But Jimmy Rollins recognizing Adam Eaton has a tremendous jump. He just takes the pitch. He only has 1 strike. Worst case scenario, he takes another strike. It gets Eaton to third base. So a heads-up play by a longtime veteran, Jimmy Rollins. Good base running by Adam Eaton.
37-year-old Jimmy Rollins playing since 2000 in the majors. And 3-2 on him off the changeup from Owens on 3-1.
Ted Farrell knows that his team can score a lot of runs and figures tonight they're going to get a few. So he's playing the infield back in the middle to stay out of the big inning. You see Shaw is back at third also, but on a hard hit ball to him, Eaton's not going to try to score.
3-2 is outside. Ball 4. Something brewing in the first. Tell you about our picks to click tonight, shall we? Crew, Jim Angio, Joe Groove, and everybody going with Brett Laurie. Got Avi Garcia, and I'll take Hector Sanchez, the catcher, getting ready for his 5th at bat of the year.
Crew is off to a slow start, but they're usually, they get hotter as the weather warms up.
I'll tell you what, the Crew can switch out an audio box like a pit crew at Indy. That was 90 seconds or less in the break.
That was very impressive.
Outstanding. Abreu with runners at first and third, nobody out. To third, Shaw has 1 and 2. The White Sox get a run, but that is all on the double play ground ball. We're tied at 1.
Adam Eaton held up a step at third base to see where Shaw was going to go with it. See him stop as soon as he sees Shaw look at second, and he's going to throw to second because he realizes this is a double play ball. You give up the run to stay out of the big inning. Watch Eaton. He freezes, then sees Shaw, and then takes off and scores easily.
So no RBI for Abreu, though he does have 5 straight with an RBI. Here is Frazier. A rainbow hook for a strike.
69 miles an hour in a good position on the outside corner. Not a whole lot of our guys have seen Owens throw before.
Now Austin Jackson is the only player in the lineup with an at-bat against the young Mr. Owens. Well short of home.
Let's say he was working on his 54-footer. Probably not anything you really want to do with a runner on, but nobody on, no harm, no foul.
2-1 to Frazier, the home run leader on the White Sox. Low it in, 3 balls and a strike, and you see on our Menard's pitch tracks that Owens has missed all over the place to Frazier.
He really has to get people out of the zone. In the zone, his stuff's a little short.
In the zone there, 3-2 on Frazier.
In fact, on pitches in the strike zone this year, hitters are hitting .478 in the zone.
Three-two, 2 down. Inside, ball 4, second walk of the inning for the home Sox.
But for the most part, when you're averaging 7 walks per 9 innings, it's not because your control is pinpoint. And it's almost a self-defeating prophecy, because if your stuff is short, you want to make him swing early in the count, and you want to throw strikes, especially on the outer thirds of the plate. But falling behind for Owens is not going to be good for the young man.
He walked 80 batters last year combined between Boston and Pawtucket as he force feeds a strike into Melky Cabrera. He did strike out 158, but 80 walks in about 185 innings.
Not a real good number.
0-2 on Melky Cabrera, who's been very tough to strike out this year, just 8 of them.
I think Hannigan is going to tell Owens that, look, you got a guy at first base who's trying to get a running start. And maybe take a look at him, because I think Todd at first tried to get that walking or moving start last time. I believe Hannigan probably mentioned something about that.
Frazier starts his lead on 2 strikes. Fouled back again by Melky Cabrera.
At that time, Owens just held his stretch position until Todd Frazier came to a stop. That's how a veteran catcher can really help you, because young man on the mound is not thinking anything about Frazier in this situation. He's thinking about Cabrera.
There's some value to that, but with Melky's penchant for driving in runs, at least early this season, we shall see. 0-2, and Frazier's off. They've got him picked off. Todd gets back to first, and he is there safely. The Red Sox cannot complete it.
Pretty decent base running, but a bad throw by Ramirez at first base. Otherwise, they have him picked off dead to rights, and that's what Hannigan did for Owens. By holding the baseball, by going to first, he had Todd leaning the wrong way and running, actually, and then the throw allowed Todd to get back in, so the inning stays alive.
Not a whole lot of chit-chat over there. Sometimes we see discussion. Right now, locked in. Frazier at first, 0-2. Popped back and play.
Melky able to stay alive. Jason has told you a number of times how difficult it is to strike out Melky. A little easier from the right side, a little easier from the left side than the right. Only 1 strikeout this year from the right side from the Milkman.
He is second in Major League Baseball in walks to strikeouts this year. The only guy in front of him is Joe Mauer, who's got a 2-to-1 walk to strikeout ratio, and we'll see Joe and the Twins coming up starting tomorrow.
Should be a great weekend. It's going to be well attended. The weather is going to be terrific, and there still are good seats available. So come out and see the first place team in the AL Central. Our Sox taking on the last place team, Minnesota, off to an 8-20 start.
1-2 on Cabrera. Pitch stayed up. Bogarts spears it and gets the final out of this first inning. Each team gets a run. Abreu double play ground out ties the game after 1. All season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by The Great Escape. Pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more. Escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape as we welcome you back to U.S. Cellular Field. And we wonder, as always, what does Dan Hayes have for us today, Dan?
Well, Jacob Petruchka was in the bullpen yesterday throwing a side session, and he apparently felt a little discomfort in the hip, and so the White Sox placed him on the 15-day disabled list today with a right hip impingement. Now, Robin Ventura said it's something that he'd been dealing with a little bit from time to time. It became more pronounced during yesterday's bullpen session. It's not something they think they can handle in less than a week, and so they put him on the disabled list, brought Tommy Kahnle back. We obviously saw him as recently as Saturday in Baltimore.
We talked about Avi Garcia earlier today as well. He is back into the lineup after a very minor setback the last few days.
Yeah, Robin Ventura was saying the last couple days, might have been last night they would have put him in, but at the same time, the cold weather, you know, he still felt the hamstring a tiny bit there, and so they were kind of being cautious with him. But apparently, he had a thorough testing yesterday, felt good afterwards. We saw him during batting practice and got out there and ran around, and they felt good enough to put him in after 4 games off.
Well, here's some of those roster moves with John Danks being designated for assignment. Eric Johnson is up.
Yeah, Eric Johnson, they're looking for fastball command. They want to make sure he's getting all his pitches across. He's the first shot at this, replacing the number 5 spot in the rotation. But it doesn't sound like anything is set, and I think that the White Sox made that kind of clear the other day by moving on from John Danks. We did talk to John Danks briefly yesterday. He said he's totally on board with, or he understands the move. He wasn't pitching well. He hopes to pitch again.
Yeah, you were there for Rick Hahn's press conference the other day. He was very clear that this is going to be a fluid 5th starter situation.
Absolutely. We may see Miguel Gonzalez soon. You know, Jacob Turner's thrown pretty well so far at AAA Charlotte. They may go outside if they don't feel like they have an option here, but it sounds like they feel like they have some internal options at first. Carson Fulmer might be a little down the road. He's only just started to get going at AA Charlotte or AA Birmingham, but you know, I think they feel confident in the group that they have here for now, and you know, if it gets further along, they'll explore outside options.
When are you going to bring something in for on the prize shelf that you're blocking right now? We have some great prizes tonight, but no Dan Hayes signature or anything.
Yeah, I'll have to figure out we'll have to come up with something. I saw the Peeps yesterday.
Yeah, it was the Merkin Peeps.
Yeah, and the Altoids, I'm trying to win those. I've been getting in on Sox Math a little bit myself, trying the fake account.
Well, we will certainly have to autograph another. I think they have the mini Altoids now, and that's even a much better prize than the larger Altoids.
I don't know what could be possibly a better prize than that.
But the Dan Hayes Cinco de Mayo edition. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks,
we certainly
Dan.
Appreciate that.
It was a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You know, they can't, when you nod on TV, they can't see you if you're not on camera. 0-1 from Eric Johnson to Ryan Hannigan, the catcher, and he takes strike number 2. Always great to have Dan Hayes up here in the booth.
He had a lot of information today.
He
and
did.
Unfortunately, the injuries are starting to pile up early, something that the Sox avoided the first 3 weeks of the season, but they're not avoiding them now.
It tends to happen in bunches, I feel like.
Well, we can only hope that the bunches now have gone away, because there's nothing that can derail any team more than having some significant injuries. And so far, they've been kind of on the periphery, but Avisail Garcia was just starting to hit the ball very well in Toronto, and then he went on the shelf, hurting his hamstring. Fortunately, not pulling it, because he'd have been gone a lot longer than he's been.
Avi back in the lineup. Jerry Sands had been taking that spot as Johnson misses outside. Our guests are going to improve as the game goes on, by the way. Top of the 3rd inning, MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred will be in the booth with us to talk about the state of the game.
I know you were hosting a talk this afternoon that the commissioner had with some of the people around the ball club. Very entertaining and very informative. As commissioner, not only is a good guy, but quite obviously he has his finger on the pulse of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he certainly does. He you know, it's really interesting. You don't hear about that from other league commissioners, just traveling around and doing Q&As with the entire office staff. And that's what Rob Manfred did this afternoon here at U.S. Cellular Field with Sox staffers. 1-2. A little bit low. 2-2 on Hannigan. A little outside, maybe.
I think he will induce Hannigan to ground into a double play if he can throw that fastball on the outer portion of the plate. Hannigan, who does use the whole field.
Jackie Bradley Jr., who injured his finger last night. He was questionable to play and is in the lineup. That ball stayed up, and Hannigan pelts the gap in left center. Holt is around third, and no throw to the plate. The Red Sox are in again with Hannigan. It's 2-1.
On the second run driven in by Hannigan, and unfortunately this ball was up in the zone, something that very few pitchers can get away with at 92. So Holt, who's on with the base hit, he's their super utility player. He can play anywhere, and he gives John Farrell a great left-handed option in that lineup. He scores easily, and just like that, a game that was tied now sees the Red Sox ahead.
First hit of the series for Hannigan, his second double, and the Red Sox with their second lead tonight after 1-0 in the first. Fouled by Bradley, the former College World Series hero at South Carolina.
10-game hitting streak, his career longest. Doesn't look like much at 275, but this is a guy that everybody thought was going to be all-world defensively. He's pretty good at playing center field, but they worried about his bat. That has not been the case this year. And he's been trying to pull just about everything.
Flick foul by Bradley, 0-2. Well, they've had such prospects. We were talking about the last couple of days with Xander Bogaerts and his bat, and Mookie Betts and his very precocious bat. Bradley seems to be at least offensively catching up now.
And they certainly love him defensively.
Breaking ball got him low out of the zone. Strike 3 for Bradley, one away.
His job to get Hannigan to third base with nobody out. He failed to do it on the best curveball that Eric has thrown tonight. Mookie Betts was an infielder for his whole life, but Boston, because of the talent they had to start moving guys around, and they decided that Betts, who played some center field last year, would be the everyday right fielder, and he's done a great job of it.
How about the diving catch he made late in the game last night?
Especially with the wind. I mean, the wind in the ball game last night kicked up late in the ball game, making things a little more difficult, and Betts made a great play. He's made no errors this year, and this is his 28th game.
He's an avid bowler, Mookie Betts. As Hannigan was caught in between, now races back. Mookie Betts' mother was bowling in a league match the night before Mookie was born. She was that dedicated of a bowler.
The Frau Betts.
Yes, Mrs. Betts.
I would say that that's an optimistic Mrs. Betts, thinking that she could actually get all of the games in before she gave birth.
It's league night, though. You can't be missing league night.
My mom actually attended a baseball game.
Really?
In Cleveland, Ohio. The team owned by Bill Veeck at the time. And someone asked her what she was doing. He said, well, if I give birth at the park, Bill Veeck will probably give me and my child a lifetime pass.
On 3-0, a strike. That was day of your birth or day before?
Day before.
Okay.
Day before, yes.
Ow.
No.
She didn't go. She didn't go for game 2.
No, and didn't bowl either afterwards.
3 balls and a strike for Mookie Betts. Hannigan at second. 1 in, 1 out. And ball 4. Second walk for the Red Sox today. The good news is Mookie Betts is blocked on the base paths by Hannigan. Now Pedroia, who is the major league leader in double plays, grounded into, but he got some lift here.
He got a fastball, a dead fastball hitter, and a wonderful first ball fastball hitter. He rode it out of the ballpark. And Pedroia having a banner season, the former MVP.
In the air and foul, 0-1. He's hit at least 278 in every one, Pedroia, every one of his full seasons in Major League Baseball. Talking about consistency.
Early in his career, he was drafted #1 out of Arizona State. Early in his career, he was brought to the major leagues and didn't look like he could play very much. And I think it was Terry Francona at the time sat him on the bench, and they came down from the front office and say, no, this is a guy you play. And you play him because he's going to be very good. So the front office, who understood just how good he was going to be, decided that they would make sure he was going to be good. As you look at the career numbers, they're pretty impressive at 299. But they wanted to make sure he played every day. They didn't bring him to the major leagues to sit, which is a good philosophy with young players.
Up and in. Did he go around? No, he was pinwheeling down. And no swing, 2-1. You can make an argument the way the bat went that there may have been a swing. We'll see.
You could make that argument, but counselor, you'd be overruled. He's just trying to preserve his face.
A good look at that face.
He's been a good player for a long time.
Couple of World Series rings to his name. 2-1. Bounced through the left side. Hannigan sees a stop sign from Butterfield at third, and they are loaded with one out for Xander Bogaerts.
You're not going to do real well if you throw Pedroia high fastballs. We'll take a look at a fastball. It was up, and Pedroia drills it through the left side. So Don Cooper now going to take a slow walk out to the mound to have a talk with Eric Johnson, as his fine hitting Red Sox team is making some early noise.
They cover all the bases for just $79 by purchasing an Abreu 4-pack. An Abreu 4-pack, I say. Each pack includes 4 upper box game tickets, 4 hot dog value meals, and a parking pass. Abreu 4-packs are available now for all Thursday home games. Visit whitesox.com/Abreu to order yours today.
If you want to do it yourself, you get 4 hot dogs.
Yeah. You see the magic, I say the magic word, Todd Benjaminson inside the trunk just hits the magic button and up comes the logo for Abreu 4-packs.
Can't beat that.
I can't beat it. Bases loaded, 1 out.
However, you'd love to see a double play ground ball here, as Bogaerts has grounded into 3 of them this year.
Laurie, and they get 1.
Some heads-up base running, and Brett Laurie is not going to turn 2 on an underhand flip. All runners getting back, and fortunately that line drive went right at Brett. So all you have to do now is retire one of the hottest hitters in baseball.
That's
with
all.
The bases loaded. That's all. Yeah.
You know, Robin Ventura said after the game last night, he said, look, Carlos Rodon paid for having David Ortiz come up in a big spot. That's all you can try to avoid, is facing him in a situation like this as he looks at strike 1 after a first inning single, his first at bat.
With 2 outs in that ball game last night, he walks Xander Bogaerts. And then it brought Big Papi up, and if not for the walk, he leads off the next inning. So the bases full of Red Sox.
Hannigan, Betts, and Pedroia on. The 0-1 is low, and Sanchez keeps in front of it.
So far, what Eric has not been able to do is change his eye levels, because Sanchez wanted that fastball up, and he threw it down. His career with the bases loaded, magnificent. 364, 11 grand slams.
11 grand slams. That's still not Ventura territory, but close.
Pretty good.
First base, Abreu. Kick save and a beauty. Bases left loaded. Ortiz strikes 1 hard, but not hard enough. 2-1 after 1.5.
as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
That's for those currently enjoying a cold one or who may enjoy a cold one later on in the evening.
It is called the Miller Tease, and we are also going to tease the commissioner showing up in our booth, where you will be trying to grill him.
The pride of Rome, New York, Rob Manfred.
He's a good man, and I think he's going to be very good for the game. He's talked about a few things. I mean, earlier he talked about expansion. That's a hot topic.
About, as well, the international flavor of the game. We'll talk to him about a couple of these topics, but he's very in tune with the fact that he'd like the game to grow in other countries. We've heard that from Adam Silver in the NBA. We've seen it from the NFL playing games elsewhere. As Laurie, Garcia, and Sanchez will bat here in the second inning. 2-1 Red Sox. The 25th pitch tonight from Henry Owens is up and out. He's walked 2 already.
That's one of the things that Henry gives you when he goes to the mound, which is inconsistent control. The last thing that either of these managers want is an early departure from one of their starters.
Well, the White Sox have their next off day after that Rangers series. They'll be in Texas Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, an off day for Robin's club before 3 in New York over the weekend. Next weekend, as Laurie, who's got 7 walks in his last 4 games, takes ball 2.
He's probably the most selective that he has ever been in his career, which usually goes hand in hand with a resurgence as far as batting average is concerned. Really, that's what's happened with Brett.
Now 3-1, his average at 281. He's slugging the best on the team at 490, with the most doubles at 8. And he leads the league in mouth guards as well. Ball 4, his 8th walk in the last 5 games. Lead-off base on balls for the White Sox.
By the way, I'm not sure if this has ever happened. It has happened where the Sox and the Cubs were in town at the same time, but I don't believe it's happened where all 4 teams are in first place in their respective divisions.
Yeah, White Sox, Red Sox, Nationals, Cubs, all in the same city on the same night in first place. It's the first time in baseball history, according to Stats Inc., that has ever happened. 4 teams, same city, all in first place.
It's a tenuous lead by Boston, a half game over Baltimore.
They flip-flopped last night. The Orioles came in after the initial loss by the Red Sox to the White Sox 2 nights ago. Orioles had won, taken over first place. That lasted all of a day. The White Sox lead opening play tonight, 4 games over the Tigers. Javi Garcia on a 5-game hit streak. He has been out since Friday with that hamstring injury, but was hitting the ball very well. You talked about it in Toronto and Baltimore.
Well, you thought it was a prolonged period where the numbers would really start to rise and rise dramatically. Got it up to 214. He came from a long way back. He's hit 3 home runs, driven in 9, and trying to improve on that. And hopefully he had enough swings when he sat out to feel good about his rhythm now.
0-1 on Garcia with Laurie at first. How do you stay in that mentally focused state with a couple of days off? What can you do?
Well, I would think that what he did, as soon as he felt that the leg was okay, he started swinging the bat. You're not going to run any, obviously, because you don't want to really make it a serious injury. So it wasn't serious, fortunately, because hamstrings can take a long time.
In the air, left side. Hello. Shaw and Bogarts do the Beltre-Andrews routine, and 1 away.
It's now time for the greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile, and we're taking a look at some of the best pitchers in the game. Major League win leaders, Chris Sale and Jake Arrieta tied at 6, and it's Porcello, Strasburg, Zimmerman, and Ramirez. 4 of those pitchers are in town tonight.
Wow. Bad place to be if you're a hitter. Rockies.
And those guys are going to the mound, yes.
Yeah. Chris Sale and Jordan Zimmerman, the only players to get votes for AL Pitcher of the Month in April. Zimmerman won it because he didn't give up much of anything, but Chris Sale's numbers were out of this world too.
Well, Chris Sale was at 6-0. You can understand being a terrific start, 1.66 ERA. Zimmerman's start, however, was even better because he hardly gave up any runs.
Now Hector Sanchez takes a ball with Austin Jackson on deck.
He didn't have an opportunity to get a swing from the right side in his brief stint. Only 4 left-handed at-bats.
Former San Francisco Giant for a couple of years, Hector Sanchez. Popped up. Hanley Ramirez fading into foul ground and back into fair for round number 2. So up comes Austin Jackson. White Sox have not lost a home series yet this year. They're 7-4 at home. Red Sox are 8-4 on the road. It seems like the White Sox are playing teams in their natural habitats quite often. The Red Sox have a good road record. The Orioles were gangbusters at home before the White Sox came in.
This is a streak where the Sox are playing some excellent offensive clubs for 5 straight series.
Owens checks on Laurie. Brett 2 for 4 in steals this year. Very vicious strike call from Paul Emmel. Behind the plate. Yeah.
Animated. Very excited.
Looks like he could TKO you in round 3. 0-1 for Jackson. Called strike 2.
76-mile-an-hour floater that barely nipped the outside corner at the upper reaches of the zone.
So 2 strikes on Jackson, the career .271 hitter, who is 1 for 3 against Henry Owens in his brief stint against the young left-hander. Jackson tags it to left, falling but not fast enough. Brock Holt, the former infielder, is there. And 1-2-3 after the walk. Rob Manfred, MLB commissioner, coming next in a 2-1 game. Get to chat with the commissioner of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred. Thanks for spending the time.
Really glad to be here. Really glad to be here. Nice night here in Chicago. A little brisk, but happy to be in Chicago.
How about this? 4 first-place teams in the same city here in Chicago tonight.
Unbelievable. I think it's actually, somebody told me it's the first time in the history of the game, and I believe that. But more importantly, you know, I was coming in from the airport today, and I was listening to talk radio. I'm a big talk radio guy. And just the buzz about baseball here in Chicago is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Let me ask you a question that a lot of people are talking about, and I know you addressed it earlier, but our viewers didn't get a chance to see it. About expansion. I know you feel like Bud Selig felt the internationalization of the game is great. Where do you see expansion going?
Well, let me say this. I think baseball's a growth business, and growth businesses tend to expand. For us, I think there's a couple of things that we need to get through. We need to get a new labor deal. We have a couple of franchises, Tampa and Oakland, that need to get their stadium situations resolved before we move ahead. Once we're past that, I would love to see us expand. I think there are international locations. My personal sort of front runner would be either Montreal or Mexico City, where we could go play on a sustained basis, and I think it would be great for the growth of the game. I think Mexico City in particular would be new ground for us, obviously.
1-2, Eric Johnson to Hanley Ramirez, who thought he had struck out. It's still 2 strikes that you get to bat, I think. They haven't changed the rules since you've been here. Hanley started walking to the dugout.
We are trying to move things along, but it's still a 3-strike thing.
What do you think about the pace of the game right now as it stands?
You know, I think we made real progress last year. We kind of reversed a trend of creeping up in terms of the length of the game. But it's an issue where you need to be constantly vigilant, remind the players, remind the people that are playing the game to focus on the pace of the game. I think we've slipped a little bit this year, partially because of the weather. When it's this cold, everything takes a little bit longer. So we're really going to be focused on the topic as we move into the warmer weather.
So 2-2 on Ramirez. Instant replay has been a topic quite a bit in baseball. What do you think of replay as it stands right now, and what tweaks might you look at down the line?
Well, fundamentally, I'm a fan of replay. I think it responds to a desire of our fans to use technology to get important calls right. The difficulty is it goes the wrong direction in terms of the pace of the play of the game on the field. So we have to make sure, and these are the 2 topics we really monitor. How much are we doing it? How often do we have challenges? And how long do those challenges take? And we're watching both of those topics right now. And I think during the offseason, we may look at some changes to try to make it certainly faster if we can use technology to do that. And maybe even some changes to limit the number of times it happens in a game.
We had some rule changes before this last offseason. One was the play at the plate. You guys tweaked that, and I think you tweaked it for the best for all of baseball because we're not seeing the controversy we saw. The play at second base now is one that you've implemented this year. Do you see any tweaks to that going down the road?
We're in the same period of transition with that rule that we had with respect to the home plate rule. I think that the last 2 weeks as opposed to the very beginning of the season, I think the calls have been more consistent.
Ramirez leaves the yard for the second time this series, and it's 3-1, the Red Sox with the lead.
I think as the replay officials have had more opportunity to apply the rule, there's been a lot more consistency. And again, it's important to bear in mind, the most important thing is we're making the game safer. And a little period of adjustment is a small price to pay in order to make the game safer.
So 3-1 Red Sox with the lead. We're joined by the Commissioner of Baseball, Rob Manfred. We've seen a lot of shifts defensively in Major League Baseball. What do you think that does for the game, with the game? What's your feeling on that?
Well, I think that you're seeing shifts because shifts are effective. You know, I think the data, it's hard to deny that, you know, for certain types of hitters in particular, it does limit their effectiveness. And I do think in this era where the pitching is so good, shifts can be something of a concern because we're looking for more offense in the game. I think people like offense in the game, and this change has been something that has played a role in the relative decline of offense in the game.
I think Commissioner Selig was very happy about labor peace for as long as he had it. And now with the collective bargaining agreement coming up, I know that you guys are doing everything you can to make sure that the game rolls along. We're having great interest in the game right now. There's a resurgence of baseball all over the country. Where do you see these negotiations going, and how far along are you at this point?
Well, we've made a really good start. I think in the 4 or 5 that I've been involved in, we have more issues out on the table and have had more substantive meetings at this point in the season than ever before. And that's a great thing for everyone involved. There's a certain amount of work that just needs to be done.
Jackson can't make the catch. And the play is going to be at third. Not in time. Travis Shaw into third base.
So the sooner you get at that work, the better for everybody.
I'll tell you what, with this result, home run and triple, Mr. Commissioner, you've been fantastic here today, but I don't know what kind of luck you're providing the White Sox.
I did better with the Red Sox in the last half inning. I really did. They were happy to have me stay.
What really drew you to the game of baseball? You've spent so much time in the game. What is it that means so much to you?
Well, you know, my dad was a really good athlete and a huge sports fan. We grew up in a house where we watched Yankee baseball. I mean, that's what we did in the summertime. He was a huge sports fan in general, but he was a huge baseball fan. He passed his love of the game on to not only me, but my brother and sister as well. And, you know, I really got lucky to have an opportunity to work in and be involved in a game that you love is really something that most people would die for. And I feel really fortunate to have an opportunity to serve the game.
Johnson on 1 strike, misses down and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. 10 years down the line, what do you think the game of baseball is?
Well, you know, I think that I would like to believe that 10 years from now, we will oversee a period during which we've preserved the history and tradition of the game on the one hand, and on the other hand, we've allowed the game, as it always has, to change in response to the way our society is changing. And it's that balance. Allow it to change, but never interfere with the history and tradition that I think is the toughest part of the job. And, you know, we watch the way the game is played very carefully. We try to think about changes that make sense to the game that'll help keep it relevant going forward. And again, we always check every idea that we have against the need to preserve our history and tradition.
We have seen an absolute explosion of Latino players coming into the major leagues.
Right.
And drafted, developed, signed as free agents. On the other side of the coin, we've seen a decrease in African Americans coming into the major leagues. But you said there's some very encouraging signs with this last draft. Do you want to go into that and explain to our viewers?
I will. You know, we have invested industry money, club money, in a variety of programs that are designed to increase play in underserved areas, largely minority areas. Those programs include things like reviving baseball in the inner city, the RBI program, the urban youth academies that we have in a number of major league cities around the country now, our elite development program, which focuses on minorities. And in this past draft last year, in June, 25% of our first round was African American players. Many of them had connections to the programs that I just talked about.
Long fly ball, Adam Eaton, Austin Jackson. It's Jackson to make the play, and a sacrifice fly gets Shaw hauled. It's 4-1 Red Sox here in the third.
And we're going to continue to invest in the programs. Just last year, we committed to the funding of 3 more urban youth academies, 1 in Kansas City, 1 in Dallas. The one in Kansas City in particular, not to slight Dallas because it's going to be a great program as well. The one in Kansas City is really amazing in terms of the scope of the project that the Royals are undertaking. And we think that those programs are really important in terms of continuing to promote diversity in the game.
We've seen very much of an outreach to Cuba as a nation.
Right.
Now, we know there's many Cuban players in baseball right now. Do you see it being ever a wide open situation where they are drafted by our major leagues, and so then the best players then get a chance to be drafted by anybody and spread around the major leagues instead of just a select few teams that have a great deal of money to pay for them.
Right. I think that one of the priorities in this round of the negotiations is to get more equity in the international talent acquisition market. I think our draft here domestically works great. It's really good for competitive balance, and I think that we need to have the same kind of system internationally that would apply to not just to Cuba, but all countries. The trick with Cuba, from our perspective, is sort of twofold. On the one hand, we want the best Cuban players, just like we want the best players from Japan to come here or have an opportunity to come here if that's what they want and play Major League Baseball. I think that the tricky piece is making sure that we don't interfere with the culture of baseball that exists in Cuba. There's a great tradition of baseball in Cuba, and we don't want to be in a situation where, too many players come and we disrupt the development of really great players like the one you have playing first base that has gone on there for many years.
Johnson on 3-2 gets a pop-up foul. Again, how did you come up with this idea about going to the ballparks and going to the staffs and talking to them? Because that Q&A earlier today, watching you handle that with the different employees, and they ask you some tough questions. How did you come up with the idea to do that?
Well, I think it's important to be out with the clubs. There's a lot of parts of our business that run from New York, our labor relations, our national media deals and whatever, but it's important not to lose sight of the fact that the backbone of baseball has always been the 74 million, 75 million people that come to the ballparks and see our game live. Our live product is fantastic. And, we don't do that in New York. It's the White Sox here and the Red Sox in Boston and the Cubs across town that sell those tickets. And you have to get out and see the employees that actually, row the boat that makes the industry go forward. And every time I go to a club, it's unbelievable. You learn something. You always learn something about the business when you go out and have interaction with club employees.
What's it been like for you taking over from a guy that I felt was, if not the most successful commissioner, probably in the top two, but I feel, and Bud was a friend, so I feel that he did just an outstanding job. You take over now a game that's pretty healthy,
right? And
you want to keep it not only as healthy as it's been, but you want to build on it. How difficult is that for you, stepping in for a guy? It's pretty big shoes to fill.
It is. I feel fortunate, actually. Commissioner Selig was a great commissioner. I lived both in the before Bud and the after Bud period, and I'll take after Bud every time. I remember what it was like. And the way I see it is he left me
3-6 on that out of Abreu to Rollins, 2 away.
He left me a sport in great condition in terms of the competitive balance in the game, the economics of the game, and I see it as an opportunity to build on the foundation that Commissioner Selig left me.
The most important question is, do you want something off our prize shelf behind you? We've got a Paul Konerko statue. We can give you something for the road here. We've got a Sox truck. We have a gnome.
We can't give you a gnome. The reason is that it's a watch gnome, and he protects all of the other gifts on our prize shelf.
Can I tell you, that's a nice selection of items that you have there, I have to say.
You like the flung sunflower seeds, don't you?
Really nice selection of items that you have there. It'd be hard to choose only one of those great gifts, I'll tell you.
I was asking you earlier during the Q&A that you did with the staff about which player that you never got a chance to meet would you like to talk to? Who is that?
Well, I told you that was easy. It's Mickey Mantle. I grew up in a Yankee household. I have matured into neutrality once I got the job. But, I was a huge Mantle fan as a kid. And actually my first ball game was at Yankee Stadium in August of 1968. And, obviously at the very end of Mickey's career, the Twins beat the Yankees the first game I saw 3-2, but it was still a thrill for me because Mantle hit 2 home runs, one from each side of the plate. It was the last time he ever hit 2 home runs in a game, and Mickey Mantle would be the one guy I'd like to meet.
2 strikes from Johnson, and this ball fouled away. Also, is this the longest interview you have ever done?
Well, this has been a long inning. It is not the longest inning I've ever had. I still think we have some time to go. I will tell you, you talk about meeting people in the game. Last year at the All-Star game, we had the opportunity. I had Henry Aaron, Willie Mays, Sandy Koufax, all and Johnny Bench, actually, all in a single room. And, when you're a kid from a small town in upstate New York, that is quite an opportunity.
The pride of Rome, New York. Rob Manfred, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Much. Absolute pleasure.
Pleasure to see you both.
4-1 your score. Bottom three coming next.
First run and how it was scored. Adam Eaton, as he's done, setting the table with a steal to third base. And then he scores on a double play. And with that first White Sox run, E-Click Lending has donated $100 to the Pat Tillman Foundation, supporting military veterans and their families.
Well, the commissioner is an attorney, as it is Cinco de Mayo. Commissioner is an attorney, and if that was a billable hour, we might be in trouble. It was a lengthy discussion with Rob Manfred, and a wonderful man.
Thought for a second we were doing 60 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Eaton leads it off against Henry Owens, who's had a lot of time to think, and there is ball number one. But seriously, the folks at home, they didn't get a chance to see the Q&A that he did with the staff. He was very open and very honest, and just was with us as well about some of those plans. Mentioned specific cities. Mexico City is a possibility that he thinks is a high-level type place that you could bring Major League Baseball, along with Montreal.
Well, I know he's thinking about Mexico City being inviting because you take a look at the population, and they are rabid baseball fans, and so that's been a possibility. They've talked about that for quite some time, and as far as Montreal is concerned, what he viewed was that Mexico City would be a brand new market, exposing it to new fans, whereas Montreal has had a team already, and for a while they supported it very well.
4-pitch walk is a nice start for the White Sox. They have their 4th walk of the night.
But with long innings, which you obviously want if you're a pitcher because that means runs, comes the downside, which means that it's not very easy to stay loose on a chilly night. And again, it says 56 degrees on the scoreboard. I think it's somewhat colder down on the field, and Owens cannot get a feel for his control. It's time for our Sox to take advantage of their Sox and the lack of control.
4 walks, 1 hit so far tonight. Let's see if Jimmy Rollins could add to that total of base runners at 5 thus far. Outside, ball 1. How much truth is there to the thought that if you're erratic and you're not near the plate, you don't get those borderline calls?
There's a lot of truth to that. You get an umpire looking at every direction, up, down, in, and out. And all of a sudden you thread the needle on the outside corner, he's not near as likely to give you that.
Here's the outside edge. 1-1.
You know, there's some great control pitchers. We saw Mark Burley very rarely walk anybody, and the last generation, Greg Maddux, who could throw the ball exactly where he wanted to. The more strikes you throw, the more strikes you get. And so it looks like while they're leaning over, bending over backwards to call strikes for these guys, they're around the plate all the time. They'll do that for anybody if you're around the plate.
Close pitch, didn't get it. 2-1 on Rollins. Well, you said it earlier. The White Sox have been very patient at the plate in terms of walks taken. They're in the top half of Major League Baseball. They now have 94 of them. That's your live total tonight. 2-1 to Rollins. Up and out. 3 balls and a strike.
This has been the most patient of any ball club of recent vintage that I can remember. And Owen's struggling with his control. Normally soft tossing left-handers have given our ball club some problems, but not the soft tossers that can't get the ball over the plate.
Ball 4. Rollins has the second straight walk for the Sox, and the tying run's coming up.
There's an example of a guy that has been all over with his control and threw a pitch that was on the corner, but he didn't get the call. And because every umpire is the same, they want to call strikes to move the game along, but if you're all over, you're not going to get the benefit of that, and that ball had a piece of the plate, but Rollins walks for the second time. And a promising start to the third inning with the Sox already down 3.
Suddenly something bubbling up.
Carl Willis out to the mound.
Former Mariners pitching coach Carl Willis.
He was at the Tribe for a long time also, and now with the Red Sox.
Hey, join us at U.S. Cellular Field as the White Sox face the Minnesota Twins this Saturday. First 20,000 fans get one of these. A Chris Sale K-Counter bobblehead presented by Wintrust Community Banks. Visit WhiteSox.com to purchase your tickets today.
We've got that on our prize shelf.
We do. You can win one next half inning.
You can.
Sox Math is on the way, and we may have some big numbers today for Sox Math, whether it's in the contest or on the scoreboard. This evening, Mr. Abreu trying to do some damage with his 8-game hit streak. 2 on, nobody out.
Might have been a bit of a gift.
Number 1 goes to the prize shelf. 0-1 for Abreu. A long hold from Henry Owens.
Bullpen up and going, and it's Heath Embry. John Farrell told us that he's been one of those guys out of the pen that's been a revelation for them this year.
Fouled away by Abreu, 0-2. The bullpen that we saw last night mow down the Sox. Uehara and Kimbrel in the 8th and 9th allowed only 1 base runner. That was wiped away on a double play. White Sox got to the bullpen, and Junichi Tozawa 2 nights ago, that 4-1 series opening win. A lot of time left in this one tonight. 0-2 on Abreu with 2 on. Called strike 3 over the inside corner, and 1 away.
This one is too close to take. You see where Hannigan wants it, and after 2 pitches out away from Abreu, he comes inside and gets the benefit of the call.
First strikeout for Owens, who's nearing 50 pitches now, as the White Sox home run leader Todd Frazier stands in. high curve. 1-0 on Frazier, who walked in the first after the Abreu double play.
Owens has given up 2 home runs this year. And considering that he's only pitched 12 innings, that's a fairly high total. So if you can just wait back long enough, you're going to get some slow stuff in the zone.
2-0 on Frazier. Melky Cabrera to follow. Melky, who bounced out to short his first time up. Two and 0 for Frazier. 2 balls and a strike. Todd just 1 for his last 18, but has hit the ball very hard on that previous road trip to Toronto and Baltimore. And a big homestand against the Angels and Rangers. Rollins at first, Eaton at second. 2-1 from Owens to Frazier. And time called Henry Owens has looked disjointed all night long.
The walking 5 at 2 1/3 usually gets you a whole lot of runs. That will depend on Todd Frazier, and can he wait back long enough to look for a strike? That last pitch was out of the zone, but he was most likely looking middle away.
2-2.
Straight change in the zone this time, and he had Codwell out in front.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Frazier. Red Sox got 2 in the top half of this inning. Todd Frazier ships this one foul. And Hannigan goes out to talk to Owens. Again, it's been a couple times they've chatted tonight.
I think sometimes what happens is the catcher will go out there in a situation with a man at second base where he said, look, I'm going to sit in one spot, but I want you to throw the ball to the other spot, because suspecting that the man at second base might be tipping location. He's not going to be able to call the pitches with 3 signals and maybe an indicator from the catcher, but he certainly can tip off location.
Two and 2 on Frazier. Pitch number 6 coming to him is up and out. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
That time, if you noticed Hannigan behind the plate, he set up in the middle of the plate, and just before the pitch, he shifted to his right over the outside corner. They're not wanting to give Adam Eaton a chance to tip location.
Eaton, the runner at second. Tying run at the plate on 3 2/3 inning tonight. Payoff is low, ball 4, 3 walks, they're loaded. So now Melky, who's one of the best contact hitters in baseball this season.
6 walks, and it's time to take advantage of it. Pretty decent speed on the base paths. Very good arm in right field. Pretty good arm in center. And Holt, a utility player, in left.
First pitch, Melky takes upstairs.
We told you coming in that Owens had 7 walks in 9 1/3 innings. He's got 6 already.
Bumped in a fastball that time. Ramirez, foul ground. Hanley's got it. That is a huge play here in the third.
Well, Ramirez drifting on this one. Almost had it get away from him. Ball is drifting back toward the field of play as Ramirez overruns it, then has to make the diving catch. Eaton thought for a moment if he stayed down a little bit longer, he might take off from third, but the throw to the plate chased him back.
So it's up to Brett Lawrie, who walked in the second inning. Called strike one. Lawrie 5 walks in the series, 17 for the year to lead the White Sox. 0-1 from Owens. His confidence seems to be building, Steve.
Well, that was the best fastball he's thrown tonight. It was 90 miles an hour. It was up in the zone, and after a steady diet of slow stuff, it looks like it's 98. Todd Frazier getting loosened up in case a double has a possibility of him scoring the tying run.
2 strikes on Lawrie. 2 out, third inning. He got him downstairs, and Henry Owens is off the hook after a 3-walk third. To the fourth we go, 4-1 Boston. Of Sox Math. First correct answer using the hashtag SoxMath. Do it in order. Do it in order. You win a prize off the prize shelf if you have the first correct answer. Jimmy Rollins' age multiplied by the number of brothers Todd Frazier has who have played pro baseball. Subtract the number of losses the 2016 White Sox currently have right now and divide by the number Ray Durham regularly wore for the Sox.
This is relatively easy tonight.
It is?
Yeah. And, you know, if I were eligible to win this, I would take the pink pashmina.
You would?
Yes, I think it's very good looking, and Mother's Day is coming up right around the corner.
Mother's Day pashmina.
Yeah, well, you can't beat that, especially for those of you who are cheap enough not to really want to get a real gift for her.
Where'd you get this for me, son? I got it off the prize shelf. Ball and a strike, and yanked foul by Pedroia, who is 2 for 2 with a home run and a single. By the way, this is a true story. You know, we've had sort of a flap about order of operations in Sox math, right?
I can understand that.
How multiplication and division is supposed to go first before addition and subtraction because of algebra and things like that, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you. Always take somebody in that kind of shirt seriously. 2-2 on Pedroia. I got a message from my high school geometry teacher from freshman year at Homewood Flossmoor High School, Jenny Franklin. She's a lovely lady. Her husband John, they're big Sox fans. 2-2 up the middle, over the bag into center, and Pedroia is 3 for 3. So Jenny Franklin from HF says that it's okay that Sox math does not follow order of operation. And so because she endorses it, I feel okay with it.
But if she says it's okay, then obviously it is okay, although I discourage not putting them in the order they're supposed to be because I was asked to leave my algebra class as a very young man in junior high school because I couldn't do it very well.
Really?
Yeah. I know that surprises you.
I thought you were a master of addition by subtraction.
Absolutely. That ball hit the bag at second base, by the way, which is something doesn't happen very often. And Pedroia, who is one of the catalysts of this team, has started off this fourth and putting Eric Johnson in some trouble.
Hey, let's go ahead and welcome all of our viewers watching on Mediacom in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Hello, Cedar Rapids.
Sanchez goes out and he wants to do a couple of things. One of the things is settle down Eric Johnson, and the other thing is allow the bullpen a few more pitches to get loose. And that's where Dan Jennings has started to throw, and he's getting ready fairly quickly. He obviously is getting ready for the very large man in the on-deck circle. Big Papi, David Ortiz, playing what he says will be his last game at U.S. Cellular Field.
At least in the regular season.
Barring playoffs, of course.
Ball to Xander Bogaerts, 23-year-old shortstop. Big Papi, you heard it in the pregame. He was back in September of 1997. He was just a young kid, and he made his debut in the city of Chicago, playing for the Twins at the Cubs in interleague play.
Not one of the greatest moves that the Twins ever made, by the way, releasing David Ortiz, but at the time, it was a different David Ortiz than you're looking at there. He wasn't in near as good a shape then as he is now some 20 years later. Also, he wasn't the Twins type of player. They were on the artificial surface, you remember, in those days at the Metrodome, and so they needed a lot of speed all the way around their lineup. They had it. David Ortiz was a slugger, but at the time, he wasn't the selective slugger he is now. Now he's very difficult to get out, and again, he just needed an opportunity with a team that believed in him. The Twins weren't that team. The Red Sox certainly have been.
Ball and a strike from Johnson to Bogaerts, runner off, and it's popped up. Foul ground. Abreu has out number one. Xander Bogaerts has not been allowed to play in the Red Sox reindeer games today. He is 0 for 3 in a solid offensive performance through 3 1/3 so far. And here comes Robin Ventura out of the dugout with Herm Schneider in tow.
Well, they're talking to Hector Sanchez, and the way Sox catchers have been dropping like flies, the last thing you would need is another catcher going down, so hopefully he's okay. Alex Avila says he's about ready, feeling well enough to come off the DL. He's thinking about perhaps Monday. So we'll see what happens. Catching has been an endangered species as far as the Sox are concerned this year.
The story of Kevin Smith still boggles your mind. I mean, he's in the lineup for his first ever major league game. He was a quarterback at Pitt. That didn't work out. He ends up in the lineup and has a back issue day of major league debut. How painful could his day possibly have been? I mean, first of all, he's going to be in the lineup regardless of anything, and he's got enough of a back injury to take himself out, and ends up going on the DL. Sanchez comes up.
Yeah, I think it's a very tough story, and hopefully when he does come back and get a chance to play, he'll be able to not only go to the post but make the start. I would like to respond in an audio tweet, by the way.
Oh, you would?
Yes, to Matt Brennan. Audio tweets are much easier for me than regular tweets. He tweets, "What an outfit, Steve. This is the outfit that I have worn as far back as I can remember on Cinco de Mayo. And as far back as I can remember is yesterday. So here it is. Matt, this is my Cinco de Mayo outfit.
Well, it looks like your TV station went off the air. You got color bars going on.
Could very possibly be. But I thought it was festive.
It's a fashion tragedy.
There's some truth to that.
Ball and a strike on Ortiz. Ground ball into the shift. Second for one. First for two. Double play ends the inning. We'll go bottom four next with a Sox Math answer on the horizon.
And continues for your first place Sox as they look to maintain their perfect record over Minnesota this year. White Sox Twins tomorrow at 7 on CSN Chicago.
See you there.
This is exciting enough for me to certainly want to attend. Will you be there also?
Yes, I plan to.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. Avi Garcia, Hector Sanchez, Austin Jackson to bat here in the fourth inning for the White Sox, trailing by 3.
The upcoming series, by the way, Ricky Nolasco and Matt Latos, Irvin Santana and Chris Sale on Saturday. That's a dandy. And Tyler Duffy and Jose Quintana on Sunday.
For the Minnesota Twins, who entered play today at 8 and 20. Garcia watches ball number 1. Henry Owens, 6 walks, 2 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed tonight.
Last time out, Henry Owens used off-speed stuff to right-handers over 3/4 of his pitches. And so looking for anything else might be a bit difficult. Look for something off-speed. You're certainly going to get it somewhere very early in the count, and it will continue throughout the count.
To a player in Avi Garcia, and here's where StatCast can take you. If you watch the game day, there's a StatCast. You have exit velocities and things like that, how hard the ball was hit, launch angle, things like that. We're going to check on your launch angle, see how we can get you out of the booth.
Well, we're going to check on my exit
your
velocity,
exit
here pretty soon. But
pretty good at the
Avi's
end
exit
of the game.
velocity is one of the best in baseball.
He hit some of the hardest ground balls in baseball. He's 15th in the ground ball exit velocity this year. That ball is tattooed to left field, and it clears the wall. Avi Garcia gets it out in a hurry, as you said. 4-2.
Look for something off speed. You're going to get it. He got it in the zone, and he hit a rifle shot over the left field wall. It's home run number 4. It's run batted in number 10. And Avi's back. And for this lineup that hasn't scored a whole lot of runs, it's a welcome sight. So our fourth home run replay, it is the straight change, and John Farrell comes out. I believe that's going to be it. Owens is gone. Avi rounds the base paths, and it's a 4-2 ball game. Check the exit velocity on that one.
113 miles an hour at an angle of 18 degrees. More physics for you in a White Sox rally after this.
That his addition to the bullpen has been awfully good for them, as you can see. On for the fifth time, 1-0, no earned run average, 11 strikeouts, just 1 walk in 9 innings. So he's certainly gotten the job done. His father, a former college pitcher, didn't want Heath to pitch until 9th grade because he wanted to preserve his arm. Turned out to be a good thing until he tore his ACL playing football and missed his senior year of high school.
Best laid plans, right, Lenny?
It worked real well until that senior year.
So Avi Garcia with the home run, now on a 6-game hit streak as Sanchez eyes ball number 1. Hector Sanchez, former Giant, Heath Hembree, traded by the Giants to the Red Sox.
You're going to see a pretty good fastball from Hembree. He can rush it up there.
In the air from Sanchez. And Jackie Bradley Jr. is there for out number 1. Here's your Sox math answer for today. Somebody's winning something off the prize shelf, maybe a Pashmina. Jimmy Rollins' age is 37. Todd Frazier has Jeff and Charlie as professional baseball brothers, 2. White Sox have currently 9 losses. Ray Durham, the number 5. The answer is 13. And Sack Machine 85 is your defending Sox math champion going into the Twin Series. Congratulations, you win a prize, including the possibility of the Connor McKnight signed sunflower seeds on our prize shelf.
However, we have taken one of the prizes out of play, and that is the Sox gnome, who is our watch gnome. He's the guy that makes sure that nobody raids the prize shelf, and so we can't possibly get rid of the gnome after checking with our clearinghouse in Omaha.
Yeah, in Omaha. They're always in charge out there. 2 strikes on Jackson.
So we reluctantly do that, but do it nonetheless.
Look, you can't combat that. If they say in Omaha, we can't have the gnome on the prize shelf.
They got the deciding vote.
By the way, with the home run from Avi Garcia, another generous donation from the Alex Nellius family in loving memory of Ursula. Making it a 4-2 game. Austin Jackson sears one into right center. 1 on and 1 out. Connor McKnight, by the way, very generous donation to the prize shelf with those sunflower seeds. The pre and post game host on the radio side on WLS.
Well, there's how this game evens out at times. That wasn't the hardest hit ball that Jackson has had. He scalded the ball the first time up. This time just easing it over the head of Dustin Pedroia, who was obviously playing him too low.
That's a problem of his, and he's not 7'2".
Might have had that otherwise.
Could have been.
Embry, a big man at 6'4", 210.
This is inside to Adam Eaton, who's been on twice with a single to right and a walk.
The last thing you want to do, we've discussed this over the 2 previous games, you don't want to get to the late innings with the Red Sox in the lead, as the back end of that bullpen is awfully tough. They're one of the best closers in the game. Greg Kimbrell, who we saw yesterday, has a biting slider at 85, 86, at times 87 miles an hour, a fastball. He can get up there in the high 90s. He is tough to deal with. And last night, he wasn't to be dealt with at all. He saved his 9th game of the year in 10 tries.
Runners off, pitch outside. Jackson is out at second base. Question is, will Robin Ventura use his challenge?
Perfect throw, by the way, by Hannigan, because he threw it right on the button, and Austin Jackson actually slid into the tag. Now the question is, did he have the bag before the tag? And that's what they're looking at now. He gets a very good jump. Hannigan throws it right on the button. Now the question is, did he actually get the tag on?
That's quite close.
It's very close, but apparently it was not close enough to take another look at, so they thought he had the front foot before he came up with the tag, which will allow him to sing soprano in the choir Sunday.
Sing the anthem. 2-1 for Eaton. Base is clear now. Trying to reconstruct a rally. Embry on 2-1 on the ground. Bogart's nifty play, not nearly in time, and Adam Eaton builds on his major league lead with 11 infield hits.
Later in Bogart's career, this is a play that he probably is not going to try, because there's no chance at all to get Adam Eaton. The only thing you can do there is throw the ball away. So an infield hit, a perfect night, rolls right along for Adam Eaton. A walk sandwiched in between 2 singles.
Three hits in the inning. Rollins the batter, tying run. Down and out, 1 ball, no strikes. Jimmy's walked twice with the 1st and 5th walks this evening. In a game that may cause trouble for folks' breakfast plans tomorrow morning. A lengthy one at the ball yard this evening. Outside corner, 1-1 to Rollins.
Boston has always been known as a team that does not rush into most anything, but it's usually their offense and their patient hitters. But Henry Owens was really struggling with his control, as 6 walks would indicate. And after the home run, John Farrell said it's time to turn over to the bullpen. We still have the lead.
2-1 for Rollins, with Abreu coming next.
Henry Owens had the opportunity. He had 4 early runs, but he walked 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third. Got out of it with some pretty good pitching. Got Cabrera to pop one up and struck out Lowry with the bases loaded.
Low again, 3-1 for Jimmy Rollins.
Keep it alive for the big man in the on-deck circle. Jose Abreu would like nothing better than to hit with 2 on and 2 out.
And with an RBI streak of 5 straight games. 3-1 to Rollins. Eaton at first. 2 on, 2 out.
Tonight a no contact for Jimmy Rollins as he's walked 3 times, setting the stage for Jose Abreu as Hannigan goes out and has a word with Hembree, whose control is proving to be as elusive as Owens.
So it's Abreu who has a double play ground out. No RBI with that, and the strikeout looking in the 3rd. Hembree to Abreu. Outside, ball 1.
Rollins wants to be very careful with his secondary lead at first base, because Hannigan likes to throw. We saw by that throw nailing Jackson that he's pretty accurate. Ramirez almost on his knees behind Rollins at first.
Abreu in the air. Bradley and Holt, and it's Brock Holt down to the deck to bring it in for out number 3. White Sox get 1. That's all. We're through. 4 and a 4-2 score.
Xfinity high-speed action replay, and it came off the bat of Hanley Ramirez. Second time in the series he's homered to right field. Adam Eaton goes up as high as he can go, but it's not high enough. So Ramirez hitting his 3rd home run, driving in his 17th. He's got a home run and a walk to go with it in a 4-2 game.
Gonna need a couple lifeboats tonight. There have been 13 combined runners stranded. Hanley Ramirez watches ball number 1 low. He is 1 for 1. Has reached base twice with a walk and a home run to right in the 3rd.
Both teams have had ample scoring opportunity.
It's a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, all this offense on the day when the first perfect game in the American League was thrown back in 1904.
And who threw that one?
Mr. Young. You know him.
I remember him.
You got to know him very well in the 80s, didn't you?
He was actually known for a lot of wins and a lot of losses. I think he has the record in both.
Vinton True, Cy Young. 2-1 becomes 3-1 from Johnson to Ramirez.
I believe it wouldn't sound the same if you had a Denton True or
You don't
Cy
think
Young
so?
sounds that much better.
I don't know. I could see a Denton True award on the prize shelf. 3-1. Bounce right side. Abreu to Johnson. And they combine for out number 1. Series finale. White Sox trying to get to win number 20. Red Sox at 16-11. The division lead starting play today for the White Sox at 4 over the Tigers. 4.5 over Kansas City.
Cleveland,
Tigers lost.
I would say Cleveland already derailed the Tigers. Trevor Bauer winning his second despite an ERA up over 5.
Well, here's Travis Shaw, former high school travel ball teammate of Adam Eaton in Ohio.
And attended Kent State University. Just one of the many, not only good athletes, but highly educated guys who come to the major leagues out of Kent State.
Where'd you go to school?
God, I can hardly remember back that far. But I think it was Kent State.
1-1. Cutting a miss. 1 and 2. Their high school coach is actually here today. He was braving the elements downstairs. Joe Marker, who coached both Travis Shaw and Adam Eaton back when they were young.
I would assume it was a pretty good team.
Oh, yeah.
There's a man off to absolutely a great start.
Adam actually he was saying that Travis Shaw, who ended up going to Kent State, as you said, Adam at Miami of Ohio. Travis Shaw wanted to go to Miami of Ohio. He shows up thinking that he's going to commit to play in Oxford. He goes to a practice, and as Adam said, as Shaw goes down for out number 2, their practice was so terrible. The Miami of Ohio coach made them run. Shaw left the practice thinking this is too intense and decided a couple weeks later to go to Kent State. He had friends on the team. He wanted to play at Miami and then ended up at Kent State and made the postseason with the Golden Flashes.
The only thing I can say is he made a wise choice.
Are you in admissions now?
Yes.
Ball high to Brock Holt.
Terribly surprised that they did admit me after all.
But do they admit to admitting you?
They have to, because I was able to scrounge out a degree somehow, which is one of the great miracles of all time.
You're selling yourself short. You're an author. Multi-published author, Steve Stone. We should get one of your books on the prize shelf. Outside to Brock Holt, the super utility player for the Red Sox, who scored a run and driven in a run.
Holt's a pretty good player and has been for a bit. I know the Red Sox very happy to have his versatility. John Farrell can play him just about anywhere and get a very good evening out of him as Eric Johnson about to deliver pitch number 107. Get trouble in the third and was able to get out of the fourth and looks to be able to get out of this one.
3-2 on Holt. Johnson up from AAA Charlotte. He had made 4 starts there, 2 against the Tampa Bay AAA affiliate, 2 against the Tigers AAA affiliate. Cameron Maben was in the lineup for his last start. 3-2 outside corner, and looky here, it's the first 1-2-3 inning in order for either pitcher tonight. It's 4-2 after 4.5. More. After 4.5 tonight, Jason Benetti, Steve Stone, our entire crew. Thanks for joining us on Comcast Sportsnet Chicago Plus. 8-4 the hits for the Red Sox. The White Sox trying to win this series and continue their string of not losing a home series so far in 2016. Todd Frazier is first against Heath Hembry, who snaps off a breaking ball, strike one. The Red Sox tonight have had something happen that is rather odd for them recently. This is the first time in 10 games the Red Sox starter did not go at least 6 innings. A wake-up Hannigan, 0-2.
It's a pretty good run by the starting rotation when you have a bullpen that's as good as theirs, protected by starters who limit the amount of outs they have to cover. You realize how you can put a streak together that has found them move into first place. Although Baltimore won tonight, beating the Yankees 1-0 in 10.
Wanted it up. That was not high enough maybe for Hannigan's liking. So the Yankees dropped to 9-17.
They put A-Rod on the shelf. He's on the disabled list, has a hamstring problem. A lot of injuries starting to pop up around the major leagues.
Ball and 2 strikes on Frazier. In the air right side, and Mookie Betts is on the case for out number 1. Mother's Day is coming up on May 8th, and the White Sox have dedicated this Saturday as Mother-Son Night at the ballpark. In addition to specially priced tickets and parade passes, the first 20,000 fans will receive a Chris Sale K-Counter bobblehead. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/mom. That's a nice URL. You get mom in the URL. Bundled up tonight.
A few moms at the ballpark.
Moms and dads and kids. The ball low. 1-0 on Melky Cabrera. You were talking about the injuries. We mentioned J.J. Hardy yesterday. A lot of rehab assignments popping up now.
When J.J. Hardy left that ball game in Baltimore after fouling a ball off his foot, you thought it was just one of those injuries that he would come back from in a few days. Turned out that the foot was broken, and there's varying degrees of estimation of time. We heard at first 6 to 8 weeks, then we heard 4 to 6 weeks. He's not a younger player, so the Orioles hope that he comes back sooner rather than later, because he is part of what has been a wonderful inner defense for the Orioles this year. He's made no errors at all.
Strike to Melky Cabrera, 2-1.
Melky happy to turn around to the left side. That's by far his best side. He had a 291 coming in. He was 0 for 2 right-handed, dropping his batting average right-handed below 265.
Delayed strike call, 2-2 on Melky, who struck out only 2 times the last 7 games he's played. Very selective season for Melky Cabrera.
A lot of walks overall. In fact, the Red Sox are very fortunate to be ahead in this ball game, 4-2.
It's because, I assume you're referring to the White Sox bases loaded rally in the 3rd inning, stranded them loaded, left 2 on. Last half inning they came up as well.
Well, they've walked at least 1 man in every inning, and usually when that happens, you're going to give up a lot more than 2 in 4 innings.
First base side, and Melky is safe. Hanley Ramirez didn't have the baseball.
Well, there was 2 umpires teaming up to make the call. The first was Paul Emmel. He's going to determine if the ball is fair or foul. So he's pointing in fair territory, and then it's up to Jordan Baker to determine if he was tagged or not. So Melky sniffing a base hit. The ball is fair, and it doesn't matter if he's tagged because Ramirez doesn't come up with the baseball. So So it's an infield hit for Melky. That brings a tying run to the plate.
Nimble and evasive. Melky Cabrera.
Good tag by Ramirez, but it helps to have the baseball.
There have been some rule changes, but that one's going to stay. Got to have the ball to make the tag. You know, at the outset of baseball, the ball could hit the ground once and you catch it, and that was an out. Didn't have to catch it on the fly. The one bounce
hopper
rule.
And pitchers could not throw above their waist. Everything had to be sidearm. There's some real interesting things that have happened in the game of baseball. I'll tell you one of the more interesting ones revolving around hitting after this pitch.
I'll stick around for that. Laurie takes inside.
When you came to bat, you told the umpire if you wanted high or low. High was above the waist, low was below the waist. And when a pitcher threw it there, you got a warning. And it was only after the warning issued that he would start calling either 3 strikes or 4 balls. That's how the game was played early.
So you got a free pitch.
You got one free pitch, yes.
2-0 on Laurie in the mound. We were talking about that perfect game. The mound prior to that was 45 feet at one point from home plate.
I honestly don't believe that's close enough. I think that they should actually put it a little closer and make it, I don't know, 3-4 feet high.
You do?
Yeah.
Good plane to throw on. 2-0. Laurie takes a strike. 2-1 to Brett, who's walked and struck out so far tonight. Keith Hembry, who came on after 3 innings and 1 batter for Henry Owens. That 1 batter was Avi Garcia, who sent a home run to left. 2-1 for Laurie. Hard hit through the left side.
Long way to go in this game, and you can get to the middle of the Boston bullpen a lot easier than you can get to the back end of it. And that's what the Sox are trying to do this inning without the benefit of a walk. And it's a pleasure to see Avi Garcia back in the lineup.
6-game hit streak now dating back a while because of that hamstring injury. Slugging .444 with his 4th home run of the year tonight. Came off of the left-hander Owens. So Laurie at first, Cabrera at second. Ball 1.
We were just talking about exit velocity at the time that Avi came to bat. And this shows you some exit velocity. A line drive rocket that didn't sink until it left the ballpark. 4th home run of the year, 10th driven in. That made it where it stands now, a 4-2 game.
Hammered up the middle into center field by Garcia. And Melky Cabrera backtracks to third. Bases loaded, 1 down.
Good stop by Joe McEwing. Because Jackie Bradley Jr. has all the best of it. Our Honda pitch tracks will show you a slider that hung in the middle of the plate, and Avi takes it right back up the middle and drills it to Bradley in center field. But Bradley's got a good arm, and Melky does a good job of picking up Joe McEwing, who decides that he's not going to test the arm of Bradley Jr. And that brings Carl Willis out to the mound with the bases full of our Sox.
When do you want to pick up the third base coach?
Ideally, a couple steps before you hit the bag. Ideally. Sometimes guys will do it a little sooner. The guys who do it later then have to put on the brakes, and sometimes they get hurt. This is a rocket, and unfortunately it's hit too hard to score. Bradley has all the best of it. He's coming charging in, and Joe McEwing with his hands up. It isn't the best throw, but it was certainly good enough, and even with the ball cut off, they would have had Melky at the plate as the bullpen up and going, and it's Matt Barnes, who we saw 2 nights ago, and he looked very impressive.
Young man with an extremely strong arm. So Hembree in a bind with 3 straight singles. It was 7 walks in the first 4 innings, now 3 base hits. And Hector Sanchez with an opportunity for his first RBI of the year. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ball 1 to Sanchez.
Brewer with the bases loaded. Yikes. 10 for 20. 2 grand slams. And only a .500 batting yard. Maybe they should save him for when the bases are loaded.
He's got a chance here. On the corner, according to the plate umpire tonight, Paul Emmel.
Pretty decent speed on the base paths. Murray representing the tying run. Avi representing the go-ahead run.
One and one from Hembree. Fades outside. Well, he's no dope. He's going to test that corner until he stretches it too far.
Well, from Hector's standpoint, everything has been away. You might as well look out there until he shows you that he has an inclination to come in. During the course of Hector's career, he has been pretty much of a dead pull hitter, but they can't shift as they normally would.
2-1. Fouled off by Sanchez, whose last home run was a grand slam. It was July 21st of last year against the Padres.
Matt Albers loosening in the pen.
That's ready.
You would think with the amount of pitches for Eric Johnson that he will come into this one.
Time called by Sanchez. Game was tied at 1 after 1. Red Sox got 1 in the second, 2 more in the third. The White Sox with 1 in the fourth to a 4-2 tune in the home fifth. 2-2 from Hembree to Sanchez. The pitch in the air, foul.
All 5 have been out away from Sanchez. Did a good job of spoiling that one. It just barely had the outside corner.
Hembree and Sanchez on 2-2. Check swing, and he didn't go. 3-2.
Tried a backdoor slider away, and that one never came back. The only question is, did he go around? Tim Timmons said no, and it was a good call. He didn't go around. You've got to have pretty strong wrists when you start to commit that far ahead to check it up, and he was able to do it. So a huge pitch.
3 balls, 2 strikes. 2-run game. Bases loaded. Payoff pitch. Fouled away.
Took a little something off that, and that's the first time in the at-bat that Ryan Hannigan had sat anywhere but over the outside corner. So he thinks 3-2, he can throw that slider. It doesn't do a great deal. He wanted it inside, but it actually backed up on the corner outside.
Three and 2. Sanchez, a rope, foul ball. Oh my, just a foot away.
That one just missed and most likely would have cleared the bases. It's hooking. Jordan Baker on the call, and unfortunately, just foul. He got the pitch he wanted. That was a slider that caught the middle of the plate. He was able to turn on it, but couldn't keep it between the lines.
3 hits in the inning. The White Sox have never led tonight. 3-2. Here comes. In the air, foul. Sanchez continues to battle. He'll see a 10th pitch.
Spoiling some good ones. Most everything has been away except that line drive rocket that just missed down the right field line. That ball had most of the plate.
Seventh at bat of the year in the majors for Hector Sanchez. 3-2 with 1 down. Outside ball 4. It's a 4-3 game. What a trip to the plate for Hector Sanchez.
That was a battle, and he spoiled some very good pitches to get to the point where he drove in his 2nd run of the year. Well, the bases remain loaded, and Austin Jackson will have an opportunity to, at the very least, tie up the ball game and quite possibly put the Sox ahead. As John Farrell comes out, that's going to be it for Hembree, who struggled tonight. And he's going to leave this game with the bases loaded. So as Farrell walks out, Hembree walks away. We'll step out and be back after these messages.
May 19th as the White Sox take on the Houston Astros at 7:10 p.m. and the first 10,000 fans receive a free t-shirt presented by Prairie Farms and North Star Frozen Treats, the Milkman. Purchase your ticket today by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. Melky Cabrera started this rally, Steve Stone, which now sees its 2nd pitcher.
He turned an infield hit into the 3rd run of the game, and Matt Barnes comes on as our Hyundai call to the pen. On for the 12th time. He's 1-1. His ERA a fine 2.77. We saw him in the opening game of this series. He went 2/3 of an inning with a strikeout. He faced Sanchez and Navarro, retiring them both. Now he faces Jackson with no place to put it.
How about this series finale, huh?
It's been pretty exciting to this point, and our Sox have been the walking Sox tonight.
Barnes to Jackson, who's 1 for 2. Scorches one foul, 0-1. The White Sox with 8 walks tonight.
We're at the bases loaded for Austin Jackson. Very impressive also. 342. He's had 73 chances with the bases loaded.
Age 29, center fielder Jackson, 0-1 from Barnes, and a half swing foul, 0-2.
It was just an example of not being able to get the bat out of the zone because that pitch was well off the plate. As you look at pretty good speed at second and third, not so much at first. In a situation that cries out for contact, Austin's got to shorten his stroke and look for a ball up to put in the air.
2 strikes from Barnes. Way upstairs and rescued by Hannigan, 1-2.
Hannigan wanted a high fastball. You see him up, and he almost couldn't get the glove up in time. That was 95 and almost went to the screen.
One and two. Jackson hacks it foul.
Hannigan was intent on a high fastball.
Former first-round pick Matt Barnes against Austin Jackson, who has his first hit in this series last inning.
He grew up a fan of the Yankees, as did Matt Barnes, and Austin Jackson a big fan of the Yankees because that's the organization that brought him to the major leagues.
1-2. Check swing, ball low. Jackson held up, 2-2.
That was a very tough pitch to hold up. A breaking ball in the dirt. And as you can see, a good call by Jordan Baker at first. Probably the tallest umpire in the major leagues, Jordan Baker.
Barnes, a tall drink of water himself on 2-2 for Jackson. Bases loaded, 1 out. Inside, 3-2.
Fans on their feet, if nothing else but to get circulation into their legs.
A frigid but active, loud crowd on a Thursday night. Bases loaded, 3-2, 1-run game. Here comes. Jackson spoils it foul, 96 miles an hour.
Going to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat, so after a very patient at-bat by Hector Sanchez, another deep pitch at-bat by Austin Jackson.
10 pitches to a walk for Sanchez. 7 pitches, no result to Jackson. 3-2, 1 down. In the air, right side, Mookie Betts is there. Tag from third for Laurie. He is out at the plate.
Looked like he got the front foot in.
And he doesn't need to argue. Robin Ventura has a challenge.
Robin wants to get Laurie away from arguing with Paul Emmel. That's number one. You don't want to see him leave the game. And if in fact he is safe and Robin wants to wait until he gets the view from the dugout.
For now, it's a double play. Let's see.
Looked to me like Laurie got the front foot in. We'll see again as Betts takes a couple of steps. He is an infielder. He got the ball in on 2 hops.
If the foot came down on the plate, it was elevated for a moment.
Well, it could very well be that he hit the shin guard of Hannigan. Let's see what happens. He hits the foot of Hannigan. And
see, the foot's elevated there. Does it come down before the tag is the question.
Boy, that's a tough call. And because the call was out, might be one of those calls without a definitive proof. He got the tag on the body late. The question is, did the foot, either foot, come down on the plate?
Hannigan waiting with the foot up in the air. We'll find out. The fans in the crowd think yes, and very rightfully so. A partisan crowd here at U.S. Cellular Field, and if they were all umpires,
well, if they had a vote, obviously,
be a tie game.
Yeah, be a tie game. But wasn't a great throw by Betts. It was on the money, but it was a couple of hops. Now he hits the foot. That lifts the front leg. The question is with the back leg.
Does the front leg even hit?
Well, neither at this point have hit the plate. But is the tag on the body? And that angle is probably not the angle. Again, we got to go with definitive proof.
I think he's safe.
I think if he calls him safe originally, the call stands. I think in calling him out, looks to me like it's going to be tough to find a definitive angle with definitive proof to overrule that call. But we'll have to see.
Well, if it's overturned, it's 4-4, and the inning lives. If it's not, the inning's over, and it's 4-3 Red Sox. Does Jackson have a sacrifice fly? Was Laurie safe? Brett waits. Hannigan does too.
This one's going to take a while. It's taken a while already. It's going to be one of the more difficult plays to review because of the fact that it was so very close. He didn't get the tag until he got the upper body.
It looks as though Laurie's foot comes down a split second before the tag hits the body. That's tough to overturn, though, needing definitive proof.
I was going to say, hopefully that's how they see it in New York. Well, Emmel's in good enough position. He's looking at the foot and he's trying to look at the tag at the same time. So the angle he got was the perfect angle. You can't really get any better angle than Paul Emmel got. So in that respect, he was in the proper place.
While they're talking it over, here's the ruling. Out. The lead stands for the Red Sox. 4-3 in disbelief in the White Sox dugout. Robin Ventura says terrible. Brett Laurie says something to that effect as well. After 5, 4-3 Red Sox. friendly pregame autograph session. Fans that purchase this special ticket pack can participate in an exclusive autograph session with select members of the White Sox prior to select games. To purchase these special ticket packs, visit whitesox.com/autographs. New pitcher for the White Sox.
Matt Albers comes in the ball game, and he's been spectacular. On for the 13th time. He's 1-0, 6 holds, no ERA. The 2 runs he's given up this year, both unearned. He's got to deal with the bottom part of the order, but Hannigan's had a perfect night.
8-9-1 coming for the Red Sox. There's been some question during the break. Some folks on Twitter are asking why there was no safe call because Hannigan blocked the plate on the play at home. There was a legitimate attempt to receive the ball for Hannigan. He was legitimately fielding the ball while in position. So because of that, because he was in front of the plate legitimately fielding the ball, that is a legal play. And he had possession of the ball when he slid his foot as well.
He did that, and where Boston got lucky was that throw did not hit the bat. Because as you can see by that angle, that the bat is in fair territory on the first base side, and the ball had to skip over it on its second hop.
For those interested, that is Rule 713. Catcher blocks the pathway of the runner in a legitimate attempt to field the throw. It's not considered a violation. There you have it. Close play at home. Still a lot of time left tonight. 1-2 on Hannigan from Albers. Count remains 1-2.
I think one of those calls where if he's called safe, he's probably going to stay safe after the appeal. He was called out. He stays out after the review in New York.
And again, we had the commissioner up here earlier. He said reviews sometimes take a lot of time. We want to get it right while also speeding the game up. Jimmy Rollins at shortstop. On target. Out number 1. Time for tonight's edition of Sticks and Stone. You've been asking for it all series long, Steve.
Butch
How
Hobson?
did you do against Butch Hobson? Yeah. We're panderers here.
Well, look, after the debacle that was Jim Rice last night, I think it probably did okay against Butch Hobson.
You think so?
I think so. Maybe not, but I think so. Don't forget, he was a third baseman that hit 30 home runs one year, hitting 9th for the Red Sox of that era.
The good news for you is that of all the categories with question marks there, home runs was not on the graphic.
Did he hit 8?
It was off the chart, so we didn't include it.
Oh, terrific.
See, now we're doing something nice for you, and you're
Thank
being
you.
self-deprecating.
No, I certainly enjoy that.
Go cry in your pashmina. 0-1 in the air. Left center field, and it is up and out. Jackie Bradley Jr. clears the fence and a rare earned run against Matt Albers.
An 11-game hitting streak now for Bradley Jr., which is the longest of his career. Just his second home run of the year, opposite field, our Ford home run replay. And Matt, who's a sinker baller, got this ball up. Normally when a sinker baller does that, it doesn't end well for him. Bradley takes it out over the State Farm sign, and what was a 1-run lead is now a 2-run lead.
How this game has turned consistently. The White Sox a chance to take the lead, a double play at the plate, then the Red Sox tally 1 in the top of the next inning.
Their third home run of the night. Pedroia in the first inning. Ramirez in the third inning. And now Bradley in the 6th inning.
First earned run allowed by Matt Albers since August 4th of last year.
It'll end at 35 consecutive scoreless innings pitched. Or innings pitched without giving up an earned run. Pretty good streak. Comes to an end.
0-2 from Albers. Hit on the ground into center field. A base hit from Mookie Betts, who has been on base twice so far tonight.
That's Ruben Amaro Jr., their first base coach, who was a former general manager of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Now part of this Red Sox team that's 5 over. Half game up in the American League East, and Pedroia, who's reached all 3 times with a hit tonight.
We haven't seen the running game at all for the Red Sox, but I have a feeling you're going to see it here from Betts.
6 out of 6 in steals this season for Mookie Betts. And ball 1.
This is always a pretty good pitch to run, only because with a ball 1 count, you usually will not see a pitch out, which would put the count to 2-0.
Albers throws to first.
Big lead by Betts at first base.
Told you at the outset of the series, the Red Sox were the best stolen base team in Major League Baseball, only caught twice all season long. Betts holds. And Mookie Betts, surprisingly maybe to you, not going there.
Surprising to me, because although Pedroia is having a good night, could hardly be any better. He has grounded into a whopping 7 double plays this year.
Most in Major League Baseball after only 6 last season in some. Throw to first, and Betts has been a run scored by one team or another in every inning tonight. One and one on Pedroia. Will have to wait. And Jennings
standing there.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he's doing.
He was up earlier, so he's ready to go if needed.
Betts holds again, and Pedroia skies it foul. Home run, Jackie Bradley Jr. here in the 6th inning, and the Red Sox have built their lead back to 2. Boston came in having swept the Yankees, did some damage to the Astros. 3 of 4 from Atlanta. Pedroia high in the air and very playable for Brett Lawrie. There is the second out.
That was a quick pitch by Albers. He had used the leg kick each and every pitch until that last one, and he used the slide step to get it there more quickly and disrupt the rhythm of Pedroia, which he did.
Here's your answer to Sticks and Stone tonight. Butch Hobson was your guy. You did very well against him, Steve. He did hit a home run, though. We buried the lead on you.
I can't believe that you would put that up there, but I'll take 172.
Oh, nice work.
Yeah. Doesn't quite make up for Jim Rice last night, but
you said 30. He hit 30 home runs. Butch Hobson did from the 9th spot in the order.
Spot, yes.
Now Xander Bogaerts. Throw to first.
A good stop by Abreu, because that one's ticketed for right field.
Give Sanchez the, I got you.
I'll save you an error, big boy.
Well, the White Sox in the home 6th, scheduled to have Eaton, Rollins, and Abreu coming up. I'd like to grab a run or two as soon as possible because of that dangerous core bullpen in the back end for the Red Sox. Frazier at third has not been very busy at all tonight. And Abreu once again plays tag at first, but Bradley homers. 5-3 Red Sox.
MLS is on CSN Plus as the Chicago Fire kick off an important 3-game road trip with a visit to Vancouver. Fire at Whitecaps. Coverage starts Wednesday at 6:30 on CSN Plus.
How can you have a Fire at Whitecaps? Wouldn't
they extinguish a fire? Not in this case,
the water,
no.
I mean,
the fire's loaded.
But how does that happen?
Well, you'll see Wednesday on CSN Plus.
Thank you. I'll be tuning in. Picture in picture.
Well, you have a big advantage because it's a day game.
Oh.
You can see that at the evening.
How about that? Big advantage. Adam Eaton takes ball 1. He's been on base all 3 times tonight. You ever play soccer?
I did.
Did you play it well?
No.
Eaton to shortstop, Xander Bogaerts. That's a nice play.
Well, Bogaerts realized this time he had to get rid of it quickly. Last time he couldn't make the play to his right. This time he was pretty much right there. And gets rid of it as quickly as you can possibly get rid of it with a throw right on the button. His defense has been the most drastic improvement in his game.
Xander, Xander, without number 1.
Xander is like John in Aruba, by the way. Just
it is?
So you know, yeah, there's lots of Xanders.
Thank you for that update.
Well, I keep you up to date.
I hadn't seen an Aruban phone book recently, but my order is in.
Well, if you knew Papiamento, you would know that that's exactly how many Xanders there are there.
Big Papiamento.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
They call you Big Pappy.
That was my minor in college.
Strike 1 to Jimmy Rollins, who's been on base all 3 times via the walk tonight.
A couple of golden opportunities for the Sox with the bases loaded. They did it in the 3rd. They did it again in the 5th, but only 1 run total between those 2 golden opportunities to score.
On the corner, 1 and 2. The big play in this game so far is the throw from Mookie Betts in right field in the home 5th to cut down Brett Lawrie at the plate. It was challenged, reviewed, and upheld by replay. The call stood out at home. 2 and 2 from Barnes to Rollins. White Sox have walked 8 times tonight. 7 hits, 8 walks. Two and 2 for Rollins. Dustin Pedroia smooth for out number 2. Check out the Xfinity Fundamentals above left field at U.S. Cellular Field. It's accessible from the 100, 300, and 500 levels. Young Sox fans can learn baseball from White Sox Training Academy coaches. Don't miss the batting and pitching cages, base running areas, and be sure to check out the latest Xfinity technology, including the X1 platform. Xfinity Fundamentals.
Sox have left 9 tonight. And Jose has not had a real good night offensively. Had a couple of good plays at first base, but not swinging the bat.
Double play ground ball in the first, strikeout looking in the third, fly out to left in the fourth. Pretty good pitch to hit, 1-1.
Barnes can get it up there. We've seen 97 on the radar screen.
One and one for Abreu. Base is empty, 2 out in the 6th. Check to swing, 2-1.
It's nice having the commissioner up. I thought he was very forthcoming, giving us his vision of baseball down the road. Also commenting on the collective bargaining agreement, which they're working on now, trying to get an accord between the players.
On the ground, Pedroia. The 1-2-3 inning for Matt Barnes, all on the middle infield. So 6 done tonight, 5-3 Red Sox. Series win in the balance.
U.S. Cellular Field. Now, before first pitch, the White Sox presented David Ortiz with a gift. Chris Sale brought out a custom humidor full of cigars, 50 to be exact, half with White Sox logos, half with Red Sox logos. They also presented a special video tribute, and here's what some of the guys had to say about Big Papi.
Good stuff about Big Papi. Wow.
Congratulations on your career. It's been outstanding. Watching you all the way through the playoffs and everything else, all the highlights. You know it's probably time to go when you've played against most of the managers in Major League Baseball.
I can make up some stuff. We'll try that.
On behalf of Chicago, White Sox and the fans, congratulations, and you will be missed.
Congratulations on one heck of a career. I've enjoyed playing against you. I'm sure all of us have enjoyed playing against you, except for those pitchers. And, you know, good luck with everything after baseball. Hope to see you around, brother. How'd that sound? That was good? Man, I can only lie so much.
I asked Ortiz what he plans to do with his retirement. Well, he said he's not a very good golfer, so that's not in the plans. He said that he's going to spend more time with his family. He said that his son's already asked him to coach his Little League team, but he says he's not sure if he's got that kind of patience. Guys, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
How about Big Papi? How about Big Papi coming out to argue with an umpire in a 12-year-old game or something like that? How'd you feel if you're that Pony League umpire?
He would be an imposing figure.
He's a cigar connoisseur, huh? You and Big Papi have something in common.
Yeah, he's got 50 more cigars than I have.
2-0 from Dan Jennings to David Ortiz, who is 1 home run shy right now in terms of Red Sox all-time homers, for second place in the organization's history behind Carl Yastrzemski.
8 games for Dan Jennings, a 1-point ERA.
And that hit the bat.
Hit the bat and then hit Hector. High leg kick. Little contact and a lot of contact. Catchers love this. Hits off the bat and then they catch it in the leg.
Hector Sanchez, who earlier on had a great trip to the plate. He walked with the bases loaded in that 5th inning. 3-1. Oh, Big Papi's not happy with that swing. 3-2.
I can understand.
Three and 2 on Ortiz, who singled back in the first and has put the ball on the ground twice after that.
Ortiz is right on top of the plate. Sanchez wants it inside.
3-2. Foul ball. You still think there's a chance he's going to play next year, don't you?
I do.
Yep.
Junichi Tazawa throwing in the bullpen. I do, because he's having a terrific year. I think he will continue to do that. John Farrell said something interesting. He said it's not the season that might get him down. It's the preparation he has to do in the offseason that he won't miss.
3-2. Fouled off again, and John Farrell was very complimentary of David Ortiz and how hard he works in the offseason, even at age 40, to get himself ready for the year.
Well, you have to, and especially when you consider at the age of 40, he's still swinging it as well as he's ever swung it. 6 home runs, 22 driven in to lead all of his younger teammates.
Coming into play tonight, he's tied for 7th in Major League Baseball in runs driven in, tied for 3rd in doubles.
One reason why he's been so difficult to pitch to at Fenway is that short porch in left field affords him the opportunity to just literally flick a high fly ball out of the ballpark, something you can't do most places.
3-2. Downstairs, ball 4, leadoff walk for David Ortiz. Hanley Ramirez to bat. Dan Jennings, one of 2 left-handers in the Sox bullpen. Zach Duke, the other one. Albers already used tonight as well. Tommy Kahnle up from AAA, with Jake Petrichka going on the disabled list. Eric Johnson started the game. He went 5 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, walked 3, struck out 6.
He left trailing just a run, which has become 2, so he's the pitcher of record.
Well, tonight, 12 total walks 8 for the White Sox, 4 for the Red Sox. Two and 0 on Hanley Ramirez, who walked in the first, homered in the third, and grounded out in the fifth.
Ramirez has had some big offensive years. And you look back to 2008 with the Florida Marlins, 33 home runs. Next year, 24 home runs, but 106 driven in, also with the Florida Marlins. And what Boston had a problem with Ramirez was finding a spot to put him defensively. Well, they moved him to first base, which he's done adequately, certainly enough to carry a pretty good bat. And he's driven in 17 in the early going.
He was a huge Manny Ramirez fan growing up. The son of a car mechanic in the Dominican Republic. Ball 4, 2 on, nobody out for Travis Shaw. And here comes Don Cooper for a visit.
Seen a lot of the pitching coaches on both sides of the equation. Carl Willis more than Don Cooper, but Don Cooper going out after consecutive walks, and I'm sure Red Lowry is saying, "You're a big man, Bobby." And Bobby's probably telling him, "You had more speed, you score that run, pal."
Because Jimmy Rollins looks like he's 12 years old next to David Ortiz.
I was going to say, he was telling him how wonderful it was to play against him, and Jimmy Rollins, who spent his entire career in the National League, and David Ortiz, who spent his entire career in the American League. I'm not sure how many times they hooked up.
You listed a couple guys that might have as much fun as David Ortiz on the baseball diamond, but I don't know anybody clears that bar.
You know, we talked about Miguel Cabrera. We talked about Adrian Beltre. They all enjoy the game, and again, when you have that kind of talent, you can enjoy the game a lot.
Shaw looks at strike number 1. So Ortiz a walk, Ramirez a walk, and Jennings against Travis Shaw. Who is 1 for 3. He had a triple and a run scored in the third, and he struck out in the first and fifth. Lasered foul left side by Shaw. 0-2. Couple of lefties here. So Shaw, then Holt against the left-hander Jennings, then the catcher Hannigan, followed by another lefty in Jackie Bradley Jr. So if there's a spot in the order where a left-hander could thrive, it would be here.
Nobody up in the pen, so it's going to be Dan Jennings against the world.
Sounds daunting.
It's your only choice. When you look down there and nobody's throwing in the pen, you need to get him out.
0-2. Check swing, ball low.
And he went.
He did go around. Tim Timmons with the call, and strike 3 and 1 away.
A biting slider well out of the zone.
Strikeout number 7 for White Sox pitching tonight, and that brings up Brock Holt. Out of Stephenville, Texas. About an hour and a half, 2 hours away from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Football fans may know Stephenville, Texas, at least partially because Art Briles, the brainchild of the college football Baylor Bears, spent a long time as a high school coach at Stephenville High School in Texas. And he was the guy that kind of put Stephenville on the map. Then he went to Houston, went to Baylor, and has led one of the best offenses in Division I football at the FBS level.
They were fun to watch last year. Not if you were defense, but they were fun to watch.
That's all you can really do defensively is watch them. 2 strikes on Holt.
Holt had a big year last year. He hit .280, and he had 454 at bats. So for a guy that is viewed as a part-time player. That's not exactly part-time. He is an all-purpose player, and he's done a pretty good job of it with the Red Sox. I think he's found a home there. They really enjoy his flexibility.
Last year, Brock Holt, June 16th, hit for the cycle against the Braves. He was the first Red Sox player to hit for the cycle since John Valentin, June 6, 1996, in a game against the White Sox. Robin Ventura hit second. He was 0 for 4 for the then 36-21 White Sox. The pitching matchup, Joe McGrain versus Vaughn Eshelman.
Classic matchup.
Writ large. Down and away, ball and 2 strikes on Holt. Believe it was that long between cycles for the Red Sox?
Pretty difficult thing to do. And don't forget, with the Red Sox, one of the big factors of their ball club was always they were very slow. I mean, because of their ballpark, they used to assemble sluggers and didn't think much about having a team that considered stealing a base. So triples probably were hard to come by in those days.
Jennings was falling off the mound. 2-2. Now they got the leader in triples in Major League Baseball with Jackie Bradley Jr. It's a much different team than the normal Red Sox.
There's no doubt that if you're going to manage a ball club wherever it is, you have to try to tailor it to the ballpark you have. But the Red Sox learned a long time ago that they needed power in their park. But the last 7, 8, 9 years or so, they also realized that to win on the road, you need speed.
Tapper from Holt. This one is fair, and Jennings goes tumbling into foul ground. Bases loaded for the Red Sox, and Brock Holt beaming at first.
Holt's pretty happy with this, and we'll take a look at the fielding style of Dan Jennings. This one actually, for the moment, in foul territory. Now, Dan Jennings goes over and then falls down and then flips over and prays that it goes foul.
Well, he went foul. Ball stayed fair.
He did.
So bases loaded, 1 out, and Hannigan will bat. A double play would be dandy for the White Sox. Hannigan doubled in a run in the second, walked in the third, and grounded out to shortstop in the 6th. Here he is in the 7th, and he takes a strike with the right hook from plate umpire Paul Emmel.
You might have thought that was a little high, but when you're catching and you need some pitches for your pitcher, you're not going to argue all that much.
Hannigan on 0-1. Could be 2. Laurie Rollins, Abreu double play. A twin killing to stretch time. White Sox games celebrate a birthday, anniversary, and more with a scoreboard message. Proceeds benefit White Sox charities. To book your message, visit whitesox.com/scoreboard. New pitcher, Steve.
Junichi Tazawa comes in the ball game, and he's normally pretty good. On for the 13th time. He's been a busy man out of that pen. He's the guy that they use to get the bridge to Uehara and to Kimbrel.
Well, Junichi Tazawa wasn't exactly the sturdiest bridge 2 nights ago, and he was bridging, trying to get to the 9th inning in a 1-run game. Instead, he gave up a 2-run double to Jose Abreu. Frazier first here. That is a filthy breaking ball, 0-1.
Tazawa had a tough time. A couple of runs on a couple of hits, and 2 walks figure into the equation. There you saw Uehara, who is a good one. Every team needs a quality setup man, or the closer becomes obsolete.
Who's the best setup man that was ever on one of your teams?
You know, when I played, they didn't have a designation of the official setup man. They had guys in the bullpen, and depending on the matchups, would be the guy that would pitch the 8th inning. You had closers, but not necessarily setup men. So it's pretty hard to view whoever it was at a given time as a setup man. They didn't do anything like that. And I think when the statistic of holds came in, then the setup man became of critical importance and became much more important. Now there's a designated setup man for every team.
1-2 is down, 2-2. Tazawa to Frazier, who's walked twice, 2 of the 8 walks tonight for the White Sox.
Tazawa's curveball looks pretty good, and he can't keep it in the zone, but if you swing at it, he doesn't have to.
Two balls and 2 strikes. So he goes curveball here. Fastball, strike 3, 1 down. One out for Melky Cabrera. Laurie to follow. Avi Garcia if anyone reaches.
Melky had a Holt-like hit last time up. Just hugging the first base line and then outrunning what was supposed to be a tag, except Ramirez didn't have the baseball.
Ball 1 to Melky Cabrera. Nifty little move down the line for Melky to get on base. Seven hits tonight for the White Sox, 3 of them in the 5th. 9 runners stranded so far tonight. Low again, 2 balls, no strikes.
Tazawa the 4th of the Red Sox pitchers, and it was Matt Barnes that restored some order. Owens didn't throw very well. Walked 6 guys in 3+ innings. Hembree gave up 5 hits in an inning and a third. Then Barnes came on, and there was nothing doing against him. He threw the ball very well tonight.
Now the double play fly ball to end the 5th. Mookie Betts threw out Brett Laurie at the plate. Then a 1-2-3 inning, all on the ground, all on the middle infield in the 6th, and Barnes was done.
And in fact, Matt Barnes looked exceptionally good in both outings. So that's a huge addition to their bullpen.
2-1 from Junichi Tazawa on Melky Cabrera. Ball upstairs, check swing, 3-1. Red Sox pitchers entered this game having walked 103 batters this year. That was tied for 22nd out of 30 in Major League Baseball.
This one's not going to help him in that department.
3-1 to Cabrera. Well hit. Base knock. Tying run coming up with Brett Lawrie.
Melky was retired twice from the right side, has 2 hits from the left side, and this one slicing away from Bogaerts at short. Well, Melky's aboard. He laid off a high fastball, then got one to his liking, waist high, out away, and took it into left field. And so that's the big difference. That's one of the reasons why the 7th inning was critical. After 2 walks to Ortiz and Ramirez, Dan Jennings got a strikeout. An infield hit which loaded him up, then got the double play, which kept it at 2. You get 1 base runner, you get the tying run to the plate.
Lawrie takes a strike. Brett has been on twice in this series. He's walked 5 times. He's 1 for 5, 6 times on base. This game has been played on the margin all night long, moment after moment, with chance after chance for both teams. 0-1 to Lawrie. Cabrera at first, and a ball high and outside. 1-1.
Well, the last inning, the 1-2-3 inning that Matt Barnes put on the board, was the only inning that our Sox have not left anybody on base. So it's been some golden opportunities squandered. And here's another one.
Tying run at home. 1-1 from Tazawa. Called a strike. And Brett Lawrie's budding friendship with Paul Emmel continues to take a turn for the worse. Lawrie called out at home, bidding for run number 4 2 innings ago. Fastball, strike 3, 2 down.
After a very good curveball, he heats him upstairs and throws it by him. So now Hannigan going out because he's been on his haunches behind the plate looking at 2 rockets come off the bat of Avisail Garcia and realizing that he is swinging the bat probably better than anybody in the lineup. So he wants to go out, have a word with Tazawa, and hope that he can hit his glove. A line drive home run, a line drive back through the middle that was hit so hard that Cabrera couldn't score from second.
Can he do it again? 5-3 score. And a fastball fouled away at 92, 0-1. As first pitches go, not a terrible one to hit.
So he got one up in the strike zone and was able to foul it back.
See how many fastballs he gets in this trip up.
I would think he'd get a curveball here down and away, but I think he's calling for a high fastball.
Tazawa. 0-2.
He called for the high fastball. That's exactly where Tazawa threw it.
Does he have one more in him? Don't really need to on 0-2.
0-2. I'm pretty much thinking you don't want to risk a wild pitch, so you might as well go back up there again. We'll see what Hannigan has in mind, see if he gives him the high target.
2 strikes. Down, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Looked like a splitter and disappeared down out of the zone.
Avi Garcia, the 24-year-old DH, in his first game back since Friday with a hamstring injury. Melky Cabrera at first. 1-2 from Tazawa. Fouled back.
That was the highest pitch of the at bat, and he was able to get a little wood on it to stay alive.
Boy, this game was 1-1 after one. Red Sox got one more in the second, two more in the third. White Sox came back with one in the fourth and one in the fifth. Red Sox won in the sixth in a 5-3 score.
Wants another high fastball. This time he wants it higher than the last one.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Tazawa strikes out the side with a single in between. To the eighth we go. 5-3 Boston.
At TravelWisconsin.com. Here's the upcoming schedule. The Twins coming to town, starting a 3-game series tomorrow. Then it's off to Texas to see those Rangers again. And then a day off, and the Yankees in New York. So that's our White Sox upcoming schedule. And did I mention it's TravelWisconsin.com? If not, I did again.
I just went there. 8 hidden cabins and cottages in Wisconsin is the headline.
Well, there's actually more than that. But you just see 8 of them there.
Well, they don't want to tell you about all of them. They wouldn't be hidden anymore.
Well, that's true, but it's really a charming place and lots of cheese.
4 must-book up north Wisconsin cabins.
There you go.
You got to book them. All right, so Jackie Bradley Jr., Mookie Betts, and Dustin Pedroia will bat here to the south in Chicago. Jennings to Bradley for ball number 1. He's the culprit that put the 5th run on the board with a solo homer back in the 6th about an hour ago.
Hit that ball hard to the opposite field. That looked like a perfect left-handed Fenway Park stroke.
Inside to Jackie Bradley Jr. Three years ago today, well, not today, 3 years ago on opening day, Jackie Bradley Jr. was the first Red Sox player to make it to the opening day roster without AAA experience since Shea Hillenbrand. That's a strike called on 3-0, 3-1. Just the second player to do it in Red Sox history since 1981. Skip Pawtucket in lovely McCoy Stadium.
That's pretty amazing. But we're going to see probably the next generation of very good, talented Red Sox players probably do that again because they're in high A right now. There's a couple of guys that probably will skip AAA.
That ball 4. A walk of the leadoff variety here in the 8th.
One of those guys that has a good chance of skipping AAA we talked about with John Farrell. And that's Andrew Benintendi. He's got a 22-game hitting streak at high A Salem. He was their first-round draft pick, a guy that I know that the White Sox really liked, but he went to the Red Sox before they had a shot at him. Remember the name? Andrew Benintendi, because he's going to be a good one.
Very talented outfielder, played center at Arkansas. One of the top players in the SEC.
And not to be outdone, Nick Basto in Class A Winston-Salem was named the Carolina League Player of the Month for our Sox. He had .433. A good month. Drove in 17 over 22 games. So congratulations to Nick Basto.
Winston-Salem Dash currently 10-17 after a 3-0 loss to Myrtle Beach last night in the very tough 8-team Carolina League.
But Myrtle Beach is loaded.
It is. With great restaurants. It's a fantastic place to visit. Once you try out Wisconsin, check out Myrtle Beach. 1-1 to Mookie Betts. And a pop-up, first base side. Abreu, Laurie, Abreu and Laurie. And it bounces foul.
Good effort by Brett Laurie, but what he had to worry about was getting hit on the head when he was sliding, because I don't think he could have gotten there, and yet this ball coming down, he overruns it, slides by it, and emerges unscathed. That's a no play. That's a real difficult play, and nobody really got all that close. Good effort, though.
Brett Laurie will give you that effort pretty much every moment of every day. 1-2 on Mookie Betts. Very close.
Now that was a good pitch. He just didn't get it. Backdoor breaking ball. Our Toyota pitch tracks will show you as 4 pops up. But let's probably have a seat time any other time, but not that time.
So we'll do 2-2. Bradley at first, Jennings on the mound. And Mookie Betts takes ball 3. It's 3-2 to Betts. By the way, J.B. Shuck came in it today with a 7-game hit streak. Now, talking about the farm, 7-game hit streak with AAA Charlotte and the Knights of the Queen City. Three and 2. High ball 4, 2 on via the walk, as we saw in the 7th inning.
So Zach Putnam getting loose, and once again Don Cooper, the long slow walk to the mound. That's 4 walks in 1+ inning for Dan Jennings.
Walked Ortiz and Ramirez to open the 7th and got a strikeout of Shaw. Holt singled, Hannigan bounced into a double play. Pedroia is next. Hector Sanchez out there with Rollins, Jennings, and the rest.
Been a tough night to get the ball over the plate. Very few guys have been able to do it.
7 walks for White Sox pitching, 8 walks for Red Sox pitching. That is 15. Steve Stone.
Very generous tonight. And I'm sure for Paul Emmel behind the plate, this game is moving right along.
Cruising to 10:30. Red Sox have to get on their plane and head to New York. White Sox stay home to face the Twins, and we can once again say Sox instead of White Sox for most of the ball game.
And
very inconvenient.
Fortunately for the Red Sox, it's a city that never sleeps.
Is that actually true, or is it an exaggeration?
I think it's a hyperbole.
Sure it's not a big hyperbole? 1-0 on Pedroia. Fouled off on the ground, third base side, 1-1. That's as opposed to Madrid, which is the city that has naps built in Spain.
Taking that time, and I think that's a pretty good plan. Could have used one here about the fourth.
Ball and a strike for Pedroia. Homer, single, single, pop up to second. A glance at second base, and Jennings comes home with strike two. 1-2 on Dustin Pedroia, who is just 2 out of 15 against left-handed pitching this season.
He certainly made the most of the first 3 at-bats before finally being retired in the 6th.
Ball and 2 strikes. Bradley at second, Betts at first. And a play at second base. Jackie Bradley Jr. returns to the bag, and Canadian Dracula was there on the spot. It is a mouth guard, not fangs.
He's a grinder.
He is. On the field and with his teeth. 1-2 for Pedroia. Lori's counterpart. Bouncing ball foul. Ball and 2 strikes on Pedroia. His helmet's seen better days, huh?
Get used to a helmet, and you don't want anybody to do anything with it. He's probably had that for a while.
1-2. On the ground, Lori has to stretch it out to first. Betts to second, Bradley to third. Pedroia gets the job done with a ground ball.
And wisely, Brett didn't think much about second base as he was moving to his left. He was shaded up the middle and had only one play, and he made it.
So this is where you'd normally say, hey, look, there's one out and first base is open.
Yeah, with the lefty-lefty advantage, certainly Jennings against Ortiz, but it's not any ordinary left-hander in the on-deck circle.
It is David Ortiz. He has 509 career home runs, so you take your chances with Bogarts. Right center field, Austin Jackson is there. Bradley tags, and the Red Sox have one more. Betts creeps into third, 6-3. Could have been more.
Good, solid play by Austin Jackson. And to get over into right center field in a hurry as Bogarts hits this ball awfully hard. Both runners do what they're supposed to do. They tag up. And the sacrifice fly turns into RBI number 13 for Xander Bogaerts.
Suddenly, this 4-3 lead grew to 5-3 and now 6-3 with a run in the 6th and the 8th for the Red Sox, and Ortiz slams one down the right field side. The Big Papi farewell tour has another victim, and it's an RBI double for David Ortiz and a 7-3 Red Sox lead.
Both walks come home as this breaking ball that didn't break very much winds up in the corner. So the big man has driven in his 23rd run of the year. He's been on base 3 times tonight. And the Red Sox add to their lead.
2-out double for David Ortiz. Continues to churn along. Robin Ventura is out of the dugout, maybe to summon his 3rd reliever of the night. And he will step aside. Top 8 Red Sox threatening to take the series. Zach Putnam joins us after this. TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD and over 400 supported devices included. Free subscription to At-Bat Premium comes with it, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details and details on the new pitcher residing with Stephen Michael Stone.
Our Hyundai called to the pen, and they should be paying more in sponsorship for the trips to the pen tonight. On for the 10th time, Zach Putnam, 1-0, ERA 4.50. He's going to try to deal with Hanley Ramirez, who's been on 3 times, with a homer to show for it.
It's Hanley with Ortiz at second.
It's a Blazing Saddles reference, I believe.
It's getting late at the ball yard tonight.
It is that. It's getting late early.
Somebody's going to go and get a bunch of dimes. Ramirez 1 for 2 with a solo homer, 2 walks, and strike 1. Well, 2 homers in the series for Hanley Ramirez, 1 in the opener, and 1 today. He provided the only run back on Tuesday in the series lid lifter.
They both were pretty close to identical. Shot into right field. 1 tonight, not quite as far. Adam Eaton thought he had a chance at it, but it snuck over the wall.
Check swing. He went around, and for the one tonight, the commissioner was in the booth with us 2 nights ago. Not as star-studded of a cast up here.
Robbie Ross. The junior Robbie Ross throwing in the pen.
Two strikes for Ramirez. Zach Putnam trying to strand the runner Ortiz. And time call. Blocked by Sanchez. 1 ball and 2 strikes. This was a 4-3 game. The Red Sox with 1 in the 6th and 2 more in the 8th. Sometimes for a bullpen, it's toughest to keep the deficit where it is.
A 4-3 game with a play at the plate that was under review, which would have tied it, but didn't, as the call stood. Then the Red Sox started to chip away and add to their lead.
1 and 2. Engulfed by Sanchez. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The White Sox in the home 8th will have Hector Sanchez, Austin Jackson, Adam Eaton to bat. Two and 2. On the ground, Laurie. That does it for the Red Sox 8th. 7-3, bottom 8 coming your way after this. the Red Sox.
I believe that looks like Robbie Ross Jr., who's on for the 9th time. ERA just over 3 1/4. 10 strikeouts in 11 innings with only 2 walks. He's been pretty good. Left-handers haven't touched him at all. The right-handers have hit him pretty well to the tune of 290.
Sanchez spins around and hits from the right-hand side against Robbie Ross. And strike 1. Great work by Hector Sanchez back in the 5th inning. Looked like it might be one of those pivotal moments in a game. And you never know. This game has been funny that way. You don't know when that big moment's going to happen. One and one for Sanchez. Thanks to those of you joining us on the main CSN Chicago channel. Coming over to U.S. Cellular Field in a 7-3 score. The Red Sox got a run in the 6th and 2 more in the 8th. The White Sox had a run in the 5th. Bases loaded. Fly ball to right field. Brett Lawrie tested Mookie Betts and was thrown out at the plate on a call that was challenged and upheld by this umpiring crew. Paul Emmel made the call at the plate, and it turned out that was the big moment in tonight's game, and Boston took the momentum trampoline from there, got the next 3 runs, and here we stand 7-3.
Sanchez had just a great at bat, a 10-pitch at bat, worked it for a walk, drove in his first run of the year, and then a pretty good at bat after that by Jackson turned into a double play.
High fastball, strikeout number 6 for Red Sox pitching.
Just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Short fly ball, Mookie Betts, converted infielder, comes up, doesn't make a great throw, but it's in time to get down Brett Lawrie, who was not the happiest man at the ballpark, but upon further review, the call held. He was out, and the Sox were out of the inning. Both Sox were out of the inning.
Well, if one Sox is out of the inning in this series, both Sox are going to be out of the inning. Rarely will one team play alone on a baseball diamond. Tonight's 9th inning intra-squad scrimmage presented by Miller Lite. 2-0 for Austin Jackson. He's 1 for 3. You know what, though? Comebacks happen, right? 5 outs left. 2 years ago today, in the Midwest League, A-ball, the Clinton Lumber Kings,
yes,
the Regal Woodchoppers as they are,
they were a powerhouse, as I recall.
Certain years. 2-2 on Jackson. They were down 16 runs after 5 innings, the Clinton Lumber Kings.
But did they give up? No.
And as the story goes, they lost by 18. Great story, right? No, they won 20-17 after being down 16 runs after 5. So if the Lumber Kings can do it, anybody can do it. Second base, Pedroia. 2 down in the 8th. How do you get anointed a Lumber King, Steve?
I would assume that somewhere along the line they were searching for a name and couldn't come up with a better one.
I was saying if you're just a regular Joe, how do you become a royal like that? How do they have a wooden scepter? Make you a Lumber King?
No, I don't think so.
You know, in improv, there's this method called yes and, where you just agree with whatever your partner's saying and you
Yes,
move
and.
along with it. You go with no but sometimes.
No, but.
That's good. Good.
Adam Eaton's had a pretty good night. And the only time they did get him out, he hit a rocket on one hop to Bogarts.
1-1 for Adam Eaton, who opened the season with 4 multi-hit games and has continued to play an outstanding right field. He's been on base 3 times tonight. His pitch is outside. So 4 for 10 in this series, 2 walks and a stolen base. 2-1. Now 2-2 from Robbie Ross Jr.
Not only a good offensive series, but he's continued his sparkling defense. That's come into play in the series. Right now, he does love to get on base and keep the inning alive. This will be, if this lead holds, the first series the Sox have lost at home this year. They did lose one at Tampa Bay on the road. It's been a very good start, but this Red Sox team, a very strong team in pretty much every department.
Red Sox will be at Fenway in June to see the Red Sox as Eaton is on for the 4th time tonight and gives Rollins a chance here in the 8th. 9th walk this evening.
Jimmy's got 3 of them.
3 in a row. First 3 trips to the plate. First, 3rd, 4th, and a ground ball to 2nd in the 6th.
And for those just joining us, it has been one of those nights where neither team has been able to get the ball over the plate consistently.
16 combined walks in tonight's ball game. Nothing in 1 to Jimmy Rollins, who takes outside. White Sox will stay home to face the Twins coming up tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday from U.S. Cellular Field, 7:10, 6:10, and 1:10. Your start times.
Red Sox will continue their road trip, going to New York for a night game tomorrow. In fact, they had an off day Monday, as did our Sox, and they play every day until the 19th. They're on a streak, and this inning will end.
Strike 3 to Rollins. 1 left for the White Sox to the 9th with a 7-3 Boston advantage.
Sox post-game live. Flip over to CSN for the best nightly sports wrap in Chicagoland on Sportsnet Central. Chris Bowden hosts and gives you the latest scores, plus highlights, interviews, and more. Tonight after White Sox post-game live on CSN.
White Sox post-game live, by the way, happening in our booth, live on location.
It's not only live, but it is on location. In fact, I think I see Belton Bill Melton.
Do you?
Ready to go. Yeah, he's doing the stretching.
He's drinking our last lemonade from
post-game
the
stuff.
fridge. Foul ball from the hand of Zach Putnam to the bat of Travis Shaw. Hey, Italian Heritage Night's tomorrow night.
I know it is, and that means fedoras.
Fedora night.
Yes.
If you bought the special ticket package.
Well, you have to do that. You just can't come in and get a fedora.
I mean, you did.
Oh, yes, I bought many packages because I have many fedoras.
You left with a stack of fedoras. You know, kids used to go, when I was growing up coming to the ballpark, kids used to walk around gathering the cups. And they had this whole stack of cups when they'd walk around. And that was you with the fedoras leaving the ball yard yesterday.
I remember that.
Yeah. You do?
Yeah, because in fact, years ago they used to pay the little urchins to do that.
That's not nice. Abreu spears it for out number 1. Notably, not a father. One out for Brock Holt.
I would have loved. I mean, had I been able to have urchins, I would have loved if they were paid for something at the ballpark.
You can go to the ball game if you work.
That's it. Enjoy it. Have a good time.
One down for Brock Holt. And he fouls it off. 0-1. The White Sox in the home ninth will have Abreu, Frazier, and Cabrera.
White Sox would like to extend condolences to the family of former White Sox employee Finney Knopfsinger on the passing of her father, Bob Finney.
Our thoughts to the family there. 1-1 on Brock Holt. We had mentioned that a good friend of Mike Mazza's in the ticket office for the White Sox, big White Sox fan, who just a couple days after we were talking about him passed away. So condolences to the family as well. 1-2 on Holt. Zach Putnam. And there is out number 2.
I want to thank all the folks who showed up. It was a really chilly night at the ballpark, and tonight the White Sox honored nurses and medical professionals as part of Nurses Appreciation Night.
Fans have stuck around despite the trailing White Sox. We're talking about that friend of the program here. That was Bob Giersa, who passed away just last week. And our thoughts to the family. Ball low to Hannigan. 1-0. Well, what we learned about this Red Sox team is what we kind of already knew. They can really hit and work you at the plate.
I think what's surprising, I mean, when you're leading the league in hitting and they're doing that by a fairly wide margin, you don't realize how good this team is in every aspect.
Rollins procures out number 3. It's a 1-2-3 inning, top 9. White Sox need 4. Abreu first after this. game at U.S. Cellular Field for David Ortiz, and it was gift basket time for Big Papi before the game. A cigar aficionado gets a hug from Chris Sale and 50 cigars, 25 each, Red Sox and White Sox, in appreciation of Big Papi and his career. I mean, you know, sometimes they do the 12 Days of Christmas, and the Wall Street Journal or somebody does a piece on how much the gift basket of the 12 Days of Christmas would cost if you got the turtle doves and the French hens and the Lords of Leaping and you paid for all of them.
Yes.
I'd like to see the total tab on David Ortiz's presents that he gets across America this season.
Well, there's going to be a lot of people, especially in the Boston area, who are very happy what he gave them and what he represents for the city.
Abreu in the air to right field. Betts is back, still going. Mookie Betts greets the fence without number 1.
That's an infielder, folks, who has made the conversion to right field very smoothly. As Ross hangs a breaking ball, and Jose almost hits it out of the ballpark. But Mookie Betts, who had an assist throwing out Brett Lawrie tonight, goes back to the wall with 1 step to spare and hauls it in. The people who will be the happiest that David Ortiz is going to actually retire are going to be pitchers around baseball who have to face him. Because he is no day at the beach to face. That man can really hit.
Up and out, ball and a strike on Frazier from Ross. White Sox tomorrow, 7:10 start time. I hope you can join us at the Ball Yard or via our broadcast. 6:10 and 1:10 to close out the homestand before the White Sox visit Texas. Boston will be on the road at New York for 3 starting tomorrow. 1-2 on Frazier. This game got sideways on the White Sox in the 5th. Bases loaded, 1 out, fly ball Austin Jackson to right field. Mookie Betts threw out Brett Lawrie at the plate. It was reviewed and upheld, and the lead stood. Red Sox got 1 in the 6th, then a Jackie Bradley Jr. home run, then 2 more in the 8th. Sac fly Xander Bogaerts, RBI double for David Ortiz and his cigar collection.
It looked bleak early as the Red Sox took a 4-1 lead, but then the White Sox came battling back to get very close and then no closer.
I see Chuck Garfien in the booth.
I see him up there.
He has stopped in. We'll do the post-game show from our seats. Don't forget to leave the whoopee cushion.
I don't believe that he thought this was going to last quite this long when he signed on for the post-game, but
we'll have brunch for you, Chuck. 2-2. Check swing, ball low, and Frazier did not go, says Jordan Baker at first.
We'll look at it from the side. And I would think, and we saw tonight, a lot of guys get out there and able to check their swings. We haven't had a lot of called strikes on appeals to the umpires of either side.
3-2. Fouled off by Frazier. Well, mentioned the Tigers lost. Cleveland swept Detroit. So the Indians now are in a tie with the Tigers for 2nd place in the Central.
Cleveland is 6-0 against the Tigers this year. They have not fared very well against the Tribe.
Frazier goes down swinging, and 2 out here in the 9th.
Robbie Ross throwing a high fastball, and didn't look like he came away from that with everything intact. However, he still is on the mound.
2 out, Melky Cabrera takes ball 1. things off at the plate. Foul ball. And a 1-1 count. White Sox came in 7-4 at home. Red Sox 8-4 on the road. As we have crossed 11 o'clock tonight.
Creeping up on the 4-hour mark.
Phone lines are still open.
And by the way, good seats available this weekend, although there's going to be some pretty good crowds here for a weekend series. The weather is supposed to be very good. A big warm-up trend tomorrow, and hopefully the offense warms up with the weather.
Gates opening early, by the way, on Saturday. 2 hours early. Gates open 2 hours in advance. Parking lots 3 hours for game time. That's Saturday, and we'll see you tomorrow. The Red Sox win the series finale, and they take the series 2-1. 7-3, your final score tonight from U.S. Cellular Field. So, a long one, and a Red Sox win over the White Sox, who dropped to 19-10. For our director, Jim Angio, our producer, Todd Benjaminson, our associate producer, Keon Dolachahi, our tech manager, Mark Harper, and executive producer, Jim Corno Jr., my partner, Steve Stone, Jason Benetti, saying so long from U.S. Cellular Field. Coming up next, Subaru Postgame Live with Chuck and Bill on location. Stay up with them. You've been watching Chicago White Sox baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Good night.